prosperity and welfare of our country and of those whose interest you have committed to our charge. Amen.
Thank you, Senator Sifuna. Honorable members, let's go to the agenda. Our agenda today is to consider the report of the Auditor General on Trans Nzoia County Executive and the receipt of revenue statement for the financial years 2023-2024, with specific focus on implementation of the resolutions of the Senate. Could I get a proposer?
Chair, I propose.
Thank you, Senator Sifuna. Thank you, Senator Gataya. We'll quickly do a round of introduction of members of Senate present. We'll start from Senior Counsel.
Yes, my name is Okongo Mogeni, Senator of Nyamira and a member of this committee.
Thank you, Chair. Cherargei Kiprotich is my name, Senator of the Republic of Kenya from Nandi County and a member of this committee.
Chair, Governor, good afternoon. My name is Edwin Sifuna, Senator Nairobi, member of this committee. In the morning, Chair, we had cousins. I want to confirm that these are now my brothers. From the village, welcome to Nairobi.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Mwadime, Narakaniti, member of this committee.
Yeah, good afternoon all. My name is Jones Maruma. I'm the Senator representing Taita Taveta, Vice Chair to this committee.
I'm Lelekwe, Senator for Samburu, a member of the committee.
And I'm Moses Otieno Kajwang, Senator from Homa Bay. I chair the committee. Clerks.
Good afternoon. My name is George Otieno, Committee Clerk.
Kibet Kevin, Committee Clerk.
John Mahinda, Research.
Malcolm Gugi, Legal Counsel.
Joseph Otieno, Audio and Answered.
John Chege, Sergeant at Arms.
That's all from us, Chair, this afternoon.
Thank you. The OAG.
Chairman and Committee, I'm Patrick Muruki, the Liaison Officer from the Office of the Auditor General.
Chair, I'm Bernard Maina, Deputy Director of Audit, Kitare Regional Office. Thank you.
Chairman.
OAG, you're welcome. We go to the National Treasury.
Edith Nkanata from the National Treasury.
Karibu, EACC.
Patricia Chebet, Liaison from the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission.
Karibu, Control of Budget.
Thank you, Chair. Gilbert Gachanja from Control of Budget Office.
You're welcome. Clerk, did we invite the County Assembly of Trans Nzoia?
Yes, Chair, we did, but they are not present this afternoon. We have no word from them.
Okay, we shall proceed with the Executive. Governor, Trans Nzoia County, please go on record.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, my name is George Natembeya, the Governor for Trans Nzoia.
The team that you came with, they could introduce themselves, your name and what you do in the county.
Yeah, you can proceed from here.
Honorable Chair and members, I'm Wanjala Pepela. I'm the CEC Finance and Economic Planning.
Honorable Chair and honorable members, my name is Tofosa Mary, County Secretary.
My name is Walioli Waboba, the County Attorney.
Honorable Chair members, my name is Peter Awamoto, Chair County Public Service Board.
Chair, my name is Philip Captain, Chief Officer in the Department of Public Service Management and Governance.
Honorable Chair and Honorable Senators, my name is Patrick Gasheru, CC in charge of Trade and Industrialization. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, my name is Emmanuel Omala, Personal Assistant.
Honorable Chair and members, my name is Dr. Sialo Felix, Director of Communication.
Honorable Chair, members, my name is Collins Wana, Chief Protocol Officer.
Honorable Chair, my name is Joseph Wasike, CEO ROTS.
Honorable Chair, my name is Jane Rose Mtama, the CC Education and Vocational Training.
Honorable Chair and members, my name is Chanel Kitoni, CEC in charge of Roads, Public Works, Energy and Infrastructure, as well as Gender, Sports, Youth, Culture and Tourism.
Honorable Chair and members, my name is Hatun Defanis Naliaka, CCM in charge of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries, Cooperative Development. Thank you.
Honorable Chair and honorable members, my name is Sam Ojuang,
the County Executive Committee member for Health Services, Sanitation, Public Service Management and Governance. Thank you.
Fine. Now that we have everybody in the room having introduced themselves, we'll proceed to the next order, which is administration of oath.
I, George Natembeya, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before this committee in respect of the matters before the committee shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Next, we shall table your written responses.
Tabling of documents by the County Executive. Mr. Chairman, sir, I hereby table the following documents before this committee. Management responses and accompanying annexes for the report of the County Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on audited financial statements for the County Executive of the County Government of Trans Nzoia for the financial year 2023-2024.
Okay, Auditor General, the expectation is that whatever has been tabled ought to have been circulated to you in good time for you to be able to analyze and guide the committee. Could you let us know your state of readiness?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I can confirm that we have received the responses for the Trans Nzoia County Executive today. The hard copies we have received today, and the soft copies we received yesterday in the evening. Thank you, Chair.
Well, come again. You received today and?
I have received the hard copies today, but I received the soft copies yesterday in the evening.
Clerk of the Senate, what were our instructions to Trans Nzoia?
Mr. Chairman, the entity was supposed to submit the documents on or before 10th of June 2025.
Was that yesterday?
No.
So on the part, so the OAG says they received some documents today and yesterday. What about on the part of the Senate?
We received the soft copies on the 11th, that's Wednesday, 11th June, and the hard copies today.
And are the hard copies the same as the soft copy in terms of content?
No, they have amended the ones submitted today.
Governor, what do you have to say to that?
Mr. Chairman, I want to confirm that we submitted the documents as guided 7 days before appearance, which was on 10th. Maybe they were received on 11th. But of course, thereafter, if we get information that we think is relevant, I think we are allowed to remove the document. I don't think there is very, very major variance between what was initially submitted and what we submitted yesterday.
Governor, Parliament is a house of record, and this exercise is an exercise of evidence. We sit here as a quasi-court with the powers of the High Court with necessary amendments. And you would know, perhaps, that even if you took the laws of evidence, even if you didn't take them very strictly, but you cannot bring evidence before this committee on the day of a meeting. There is a reason why we require you to send the records to the Auditor General and to the Senate well in advance. The Auditor General does an analysis and advises this committee. The Clerk of the Senate sends the reports to the Parliamentary Budget Office, who are able to analyze and advise the committee. If that is not done in time, then this committee ends up being the auditors. We are not auditors. We are overseers. We take a pragmatic view of issues, and we take technical advice from the OAG. We take technical advice from the Parliamentary Budget Office. So I must correct your impression that it is okay to keep amending the document as you come across new information. Indeed, we should not even be asking for additional information outside the audit cycle. And that is why the focus of this meeting was on implementation of our recommendations. But in the case where the Auditor General tells us that they received documents in the morning and in the evening yesterday, that becomes untenable. So I will repeat this question again. OAG, under those circumstances, do you feel sufficiently armed to be able to prosecute and guide the committee today?
Thank you, Chairman. We received a soft copy through email to the officers on the ground. Yesterday, the Deputy Director yesterday in the evening also received an amended copy, an improved version of this document in the evening. So this morning is when he got his hard copy. The Deputy Director had already traveled from Kakamega, where we are stationed, to Nairobi. So, Chairman, we have not tested this record or this document given to us with the primary records within the county government. Chairman, it will be impossible for us to proceed in those circumstances.
Now, Governor, from where I sit, I believe you are the Governor of Trans Nzoia, because you have not been brought to the Senate for removal by impeachment, and have not heard of your resignation as Governor. You therefore take responsibility. Are you not seeing a problem with the situation we find ourselves in?
Chair, if the auditors not looked at the responses, of course there must be a problem. Because then how is he going to guide if he has not looked at the report?
Do you see the problem being the auditor or the problem being your officers?
The problem emanates from my office, because if they didn't submit the documents on time, then of course the problem is in Kitale, not Kakamega.
Yeah, that's what we need to focus on, the administrative action that you must take. Because you have spent public resources to come here. These senators have dedicated time to be here. We were ready to proceed. I don't think we had any reservations about going on, because as I said, and I will repeat, that you are still the Governor of Trans Nzoia, whether you're operating from an office in town or an office in the village. So we expect you to be accountable and to respond to the issues raised by the Auditor General. But if your officers cannot do the simple things like sending responses to the Auditor General on time, then the problem is with you. The problem is not on any of the parties on this table. Now, honorable members, we had agreed that if it is confirmed that there was delayed submission of documents, then really there's nothing we can do at this point. Is there any other matter beyond that?
Governor, you know, we got very interesting news from the courts that you are not to access your office. Does that extend to members of your cabinet and members of your office?
No.
Or what difficulty are you facing? Because we don't understand why the office cannot continue running even in your absence. And by the way, you need to tell us what subsequent steps have been taken by ESCC after that dramatic raid on your office and home. We have our friend from ESCC, she's called Patricia, she's looking at me suspiciously. I just want to know, Governor, have you been charged formally?
I was taken to court and charged formally. The matter is before court now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I address us about access to office.
Of course.
Do your officers have access to the offices?
One of the conditions I was given when I applied for bond was that I should not access my office for 60 days.
Yes.
And my office, like a command post, that's where the government services of Trans Nzoia County are coordinated from. So if you are not there, you run into hiccups like these ones. Because you're all over the place, you're in Kimini, you're in the best. sometimes you need to consult the offices. Documents have come to the office, you can't have access to them. So really, I'm not expected to be at my best when I'm not operating from my...
When do those 60 days lapse?
It was from, was it on 19th? From 19th of last month. Yeah.
Of April?
Yes, of May.
Of May.
So 60 days, it should be 19th of July.
Yeah, but I think I would be making a factual statement by saying that you still are the governor of Trans Nzoia. Is that not the case?
I'm the governor of Trans Nzoia.
So any other thing, because even what Senator Sifuna is referring to is not something that has been brought to attention formally. We are not usually persuaded by newspaper articles, even though we can take judicial notice. Therefore, whether you're operating in an office in Kitale or operating from your liaison office in Nairobi, you are still the CEO, you are still the captain of the team, and we would expect that your team would respond and would provide documentation and play their respective roles, irrespective of where you are sitting.
Chairman, if you are a captain of a football team, however good you are, and then they tie your hands behind your back, and the fans and the coach and the manager still expect you to score the 3 goals that you always score, is that a reasonable expectation?
Do you keep records in the governor's office?
We do. All correspondences land to the governor's office. The governor's office means the county secretary, myself, and we give guidance.
Do you keep financial records in the governor's office?
No.
So the conversation we are having is on financial records.
Yes.
Shouldn't they be availed, whether you are sitting in that office or not?
Mr. Chairman, this is the reason why a governor is here. Because if you go that direction, then I'll be saying, I don't handle finance, why am I here? It goes with ultimate respect.
Governor, you are not getting my point. And if you take that route, we are going to get into problems that we don't want to get into. There has been a view that under the circumstances that Senator Sifuna has alluded to, which again I've said is not formally before us, that we should not even entertain you before any committee of the Senate. We have taken the view that unless you are removed by the Senate or removed by any other proceedings, you are still the governor of Trans Nzoia. Now, if you want to argue with that, then you can argue with that. Because the other view would have been to say that we don't want to see you until the court is done with you. So, because I could see you were taking a direction that was going to put us into arguments. But we have taken the view that everyday money is being spent in that county, and until you are removed by Parliament or until you are removed by any other process, you will be the one to respond as the CEO. What I'm trying to emphasize, which perhaps you're not seeing, is that in whatever state you are in, you still have the power to whip your team and to demand performance out of them. The failure to bring these documents on time cannot be tied to your being not in office, because the rest of the officers are in office. So I'm just trying to tell you, go back and whip people into line. This is a waste of public resources for us to come to Nairobi and to abort a meeting simply because your officers did not do what they expected to do. I hope tunasikizana up to that point.
Mr. Chairman, I already admitted to the act of omission or commission. I already admitted to it. And I never gave any excuses whatsoever. The issue of a court case was not raised by myself. I just admitted that we've not brought the documents on time, and therefore the Auditor General does not have sufficient time to look at the documents. I've not given any excuses. I'm just admitted that we did not provide the documents in due time.
Senator Cherargei?
Yeah, Chair, I think Governor is on oath, and he has confirmed that he cannot access his office because of the court's direction. One, Governor, you should provide a copy of the court order. Number two, the information some of us have is that you have been operating from sub-county offices, which I want to presume the offices where you discharge your duties. Even on a number of occasions, we have seen you in a company of a priest blessing a number of those offices in Cherangany and other parts. So when you say you don't access your office, is it only Kitale office, which is the headquarters of Trans Nzoia, or any other office, including your liaison office in Nairobi? Because it doesn't in any way hamper your provision of documentation.
Information as a committee.
What's your point of order, Senator Gata?
Do we require that kind of information as a committee? Is that matter before us?
You know, Chair, for me, I'm a bit sympathetic because I've been thrown out of my office before. Very famously, you remember, the Speaker kicked me out of Parliament for 3 days. And they even threw out my staff. I didn't know that when in the Senate, when you are thrown out, even your staff are thrown out. And they locked the office. Honorable, yes. So that's the reason why I was asking that question. Maybe the tradition is different. But you can see the sort of encumbrance it places on someone.
But Chair, you didn't get my question.
But Chair, you made a ruling.
My question is simple. The governor has said who is on oath that he cannot access his office. But the question you ask him, which office? Is it Kitale office or any other? Because the information we have is operating from other sub-county offices. So where is, that is just, I wanted that clarification.
Okay. Senator Omugin?
Yes, Chair. You know, I'm just wondering. I want to understand where EACC is coming from. You have told Governor Natembeya not to step into his office. He is telling us this afternoon he is able to meet his CEC, prepare reports, and appear before this committee, Chair. You know, we are the defenders of devolution. I would want us to take this matter further. I will request, Chair, with your permission, I'd like to see the orders that were issued by the court tabled, because I believe Judge Natembeya is on oath. Please see the orders that were issued by the court and how they were worded.
Correct.
And let's see the charge sheet also. We see the gravity of the charges that he was facing. And Chair, I'm speaking as a lawyer who has acted for number two in command in the other arm of government. When the DCJ was charged in court with a corruption case, and even my friend here, Cheragay, I acted for Cheragay, I acted for Mwilu.
What were the charges?
And I mean, I'm saying this on a very serious note. None of those very senior Kenyans were barred from their offices. So we also need to interrogate this matter further, because we live in a country where one could easily abuse court process for ulterior motives. So let's seize this moment to just look at these orders that were issued by the court and how they were worded. And if possible, let's also hear from the governor whether those orders are impeding him from discharging the functions of his office. Because you have said very clearly that to the people of Kenya, to the people of Trans Nzoia, the person they know as their governor remains Judge Natembeya. So could you request that that order be tabled before us, together with charge sheet, for purposes of interrogating whether that's one way of interfering with the devolution. Remember, we had our president and deputy president charged before ICC, but they continued being president and deputy president of the Republic of Kenya.
I'm going to give directions. I remember, gentlemen, it's already 4 o'clock. We had our internal agreement. Governor, unless there's something you want to say at this point, because I'll need to give directions on how we are proceeding. If only if necessary.
I just want to confirm with this committee that I'm bearing my legal burdens with grace, because I know where they're coming from. And I know there are people even who don't want me to step in Trans Nzoia. I don't know, for whatever reasons. It's politics, and I'm a politician. And of course, if you need the charge sheet, a copy of the charge sheet, can have it availed even now on soft, and even the court ruling on bail application. I can avail it on my phone. You look at it and you'll just see where this is coming from and where it's going.
I think, let me give directions. There are three distinct things here. There is the politics, which we shall not allow into this meeting and into this session. There is justice, which is perhaps what Senator Kongo Mogeni is asking for. And maybe this will not be the first and last situation. It would be useful for us as a Senate to take a position that will guide with people in this situation. I think, members, what we've been confronted with before is a case of a governor who's been impeached by the Senate but has been rescued by the courts. And so the question has been, would such a person still appear before committees of the Senate? I think that we have dealt with in the case of Wambora, in the case of Kawira, but I think your situation could be similar to the situation of Moses Lenol Kulal of Samburu. So from the justice perspective, Senior Counsel, I think this is a matter that we can find a way of interfacing with the legal committee, and that is where now the orders can be scrutinized. This committee deals with the third element, which is accountability. Whether you're in office or not, public funds are being spent. Whether you're in office or not, these senators are voting to allow more money to come to Trans Nzoia, and we must ask those accountability questions. We were ready to do so, but the Auditor General has received the documents late. We must reprimand you and your officers for that delay, and I think we've already agreed on that. This meeting, therefore, will not proceed because if we want to deal with accountability, we can't do it in the absence of the Auditor General. And if we are not careful and if we proceed, we'll get into the realm of politics, which I do not want to get into. We'll then adjourn this meeting. We shall give notice of the next date of meeting. And please, Governor, make sure that when we give notice of the next date of meeting, your people are whipped in line and that we don't have a repeat of this situation. This meeting is therefore adjourned. Members of the Senate, we will, and Secretariat, will sit back because we've got another meeting that we are starting after this.
Thank you, Chair.
Please give Senator Dula the mic.
Madula Senator is a member of this committee.
So before we proceed, from the County Assembly, because you are the primary overseers, could you tell us whether you have considered this report and whether you have submitted anything for adoption by your fellow members? Honorable Chair. Sergeant at Arms, you assist the Chair of the Public Accounts Committee with a microphone.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, last year we are here, and I said that we had a very big backlog from the County Assembly of Samburu, but as we stand, we make a good progress because we interrogated 28 reports, including these ones which are before the committee. So we have interrogated and tabled to the House for adoption. That is the position as per the report, Honorable Chair.
Did your clerk find their way in the room? The clerk of your committee, are they in the room? You said you are accompanied by 2 members and a clerk.
Yeah, clerk is.
Where is the clerk of the assembly committee?
It's members only. I think still you have not got the space.
Yeah, because we must, and Sergeant at Arms, we invited the county assembly because we needed to have a conversation with them, so they need to be in the room. Find a way for them to be in the room. Because I need to refer you, Mr. Chair, to Article 2298, which says, within 3 months after receiving an audit report, Parliament or the county assembly shall debate and consider the report and take appropriate action. What we did as a Senate is that within the 3 months, we interrogated the reports. We asked the entities in some cases to do self-reporting. And then we analyzed the reports and took to the House for consideration. Correct. Now, whatever you're planning to do is outside the constitutional timelines. I hope you're understanding me, Chair, because I think you have been with us in the past.
Yeah.
We need to be clear that your action as an assembly ought to be done within those 3 months, from January to March. Anything you do outside those timelines, you will be in a lot of problems. And I want to invite you to the decision of Justice Jairus Nga on a matter that involved the Nairobi City County Assembly. They made a decision outside the timelines, someone went to court, and the court declared that decision to be null and void. Now, we must put pressure on you, members of County Assembly, because if the Senate can comply with 47 counties, what about you with only 1 county executive? What is the problem?
Chair, we have a lot of challenges in county assemblies, especially to the current financial year, taking into account that county assembly budgets have been cut. So, because the report of the members, the executive have been here before the committee on December, but facilitation have taken long time because of the county assembly not having facilitation for to do the same work.
Well, you are not the one who we call to interrogate today. We are just giving this as advice, that whatever I've read comes from the Constitution. And you'll realize that you don't need millions, tens of millions to conduct this exercise. All you need is knowledge of the law. So we must encourage you, because the Senate cannot do everything. County assemblies are complaining that the Senate is taking away their duties, but the county assemblies are also not doing what they are supposed to do. There are many questions here that should have been addressed at the county assembly rather than in Nairobi at the Senate. So I hope your clerk is in the room and has taken note, and that when you go back to Samburu, we'll do some research, liaise with the staff, with the clerks of the Senate, so that you can get guidance to ensure that you are within the constitutional timelines.
Thank you. Noted.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, you feel free, and maybe from time to time we'll be asking you if there are projects that are of a grassroots nature that you can help us to understand. So, members, can we go to the report of the Auditor General, starting with the report on the executive? We will ask the Auditor General to read what they had reported. We will then read our recommendation.
I have not gone on record.
Sorry, Senator Chiragi.
I have not gone on record.
Oh, sorry. We've been together since morning. I hadn't noticed.
Then I'm doing badly that you are getting used to me. Chiragi Brotich is my name. Senator of the Republic of Kenya from Nandi County. At least today Samburu has appeared, so I'm ready to stay up to midnight, Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. You're welcome, Senator. So, Auditor General, starting with the first issue, unsupported cash and cash equivalents.
Thank you, Chair. Question on unconfirmed cash and cash equivalents. On page 2 of our report, the statement of assets and liabilities and note 13A to the financial statements reflects cash and cash equivalents of Kenya shillings 142,476,191. However, bank reconciliations for one bank account reflects receipts in the cash book not recorded in the bank statement totaling Kenya shillings 102,198,283. No explanation was provided on why the receipts had not been banked as at 30th June 2024. In the circumstances, the accuracy and completeness of the cash and cash equivalents balance of Kenya shillings 142,476,191 could not be confirmed. Thank you, Chair.
Clerk of the Senate, what was the recommendation?
Chairman, the committee recommended that the Office of the County Governor undertakes administrative action against responsible officers who fail to provide documents to the auditors. The second one, we recommended that
just for us, order, the auditor's brief does not have a recommendation. Where do we find the recommendation? In the files before us. Okay, you can proceed.
The second one, I'll summarize. We recommended that ISPAC undertakes disciplinary procedures under Section 32 and 33 of the Accountants Act, Cap 531. The last one, the committee advised the head of Treasury to be diligent and adhere to the provided accounting standards.
Governor, what action have you taken since then?
Shall I allow my CC for Finance to read the actions we took?
Chair, is it okay if I read the response first?
Yes, you will need to read the response, but remember it is a governor under oath, and if your intention is for the CC to do everything, then she'll be put under oath.
No problem. Chair, the amount in question relate to monies borrowed from our deposit accounts from financial year 2014 to 2022. Bank reconciliation in questions have been done. Annex 1. Approval of 25 bank accounts are failed, Annex 2, and bank certificates provided, Annex 3. The management has also instituted the following measures. All accountants are mandated to prepare and submit all bank reconciliation on monthly basis. Due process, number 2, due process as provided by law is adhered to while opening all bank accounts. Number 3, bank certificates are sought for all bank accounts at the closure of the financial year or whenever required. And number 4, all documents are well maintained all times. Annex 4. Those are the actions taken.
Auditor General, what's your report?
Thank you, Chair. We can confirm that the management has provided an extract of the cash book and bank reconciliations that were confirming the receipts recorded in the cash book, not recorded in the bank statements, which refer to the borrowings. The county executive had met the deposit account. However, the amount in question has not been settled. That is what we still have as outstanding. And the recommendations, the action plan, which is futuristic, Chair, these ones we shall confirm when we shall be doing our audit, which is starting on Monday. Whatever mitigation measures that they have given, we are going to confirm whether it is true they are doing the bank reconciliations on a monthly basis, and whether all the required documentation that they have said will be in place, and the directives that they will be giving to the finance department, whether it is true. But still the issue remains that the amount has not been settled, Chair.
We made our recommendation on the assumption that in the self-reporting, the county had done the reconciliations and the whole amount in question had been settled. Now, OAG, you say the whole amount in question has not been settled. How much is settled and how much is outstanding?
Thank you, Chair. This money was, the monies were being borrowed from the deposit account, Chair. So the amount in question has not been settled, Chair.
The full amount or
the full amount.
partial?
The full amount in question, Chair.
Which is how much?
That is 102, Kenya shillings 102 million, 198,283, Chair.
When you say 100 million has not been settled, what do you mean? Is it that the money was stolen?
Chair, because these were issues which appeared in the bank statements as payments made in the cash, payments which were reflected in the cash book, and also reflected in the bank statements, but were not recorded in the cash book, Chair. So that is the whole amount that we are.
Please speak English. I don't want you to speak accountant speak. 102 million, if it has not been settled, is this a reconciliation problem or it is money that has left the organization without accountability?
Thank you, Chair. It is a reconciliation problem, Chair.
Is there loss of funds?
Until, Chair, the reconciliation has been fully settled, that's when we can say now for sure whether there is any money lost, because the reconciliation tells us that this amount is still outstanding, which appears in the bank statements but were not recorded in the cash book.
Auditor, you must decide what you want to tell this committee. Before reconciliation is done, then you cannot confirm that the money is there. You cannot say that until reconciliation is done is when you'll tell whether the money is lost. What is the need? What is the necessity for the reconciliation? Isn't it to confirm that the money has not been lost?
Indeed, Chair. That is true, Chair.
So
that is the meaning. That is the work of the reconciliation.
So tell us in plain English, what are we dealing with here? A bookkeeping issue or a borrowing from deposit accounts that has led to loss of public funds?
Chair, even as the auditor responds, the management response has indicated that bank reconciliations in question have already been done as per Annex Chair 1. Have you cited Annex Chair 1? And are those reconciliations valuable in answering to this query?
Auditor, you are not the one to answer questions. So, if you cannot establish something, tell us so that the governor can respond. What do we make of 102 million? It is not your duty to account for it. It is your duty to tell us your view, and then we ask the governor to account for it.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. If you refer to the report of the Auditor General, page 2, it says that the statement of assets and liabilities are note 13.1 to the financial statement reflects cash and cash equivalents, balance of 142,476,191. However, the reconciliations, bank reconciliations for one bank account reflects receipts in the cash book, not recorded in the bank statement, totaling to Kenya shillings 102,198, 283. So no explanation was provided as to why the receipts had not been banked as at June 2024, Chair. These are the amounts that is in question, which has not been settled, Chair. And that's why we wanted maybe the...
When you say it has not been settled, what do you mean? Because a plain reading here, you are saying there was a receipt that was not recorded in the bank statement, isn't it?
Yes, Chair.
And you are saying no explanation was provided on why the receipts had not been banked. When you have a receipt that has not been banked, is that a reconciliation problem? Or that is theft? And please, this is not your question.
Yes, Chair.
Just give us guidance and let the governor respond.
Yes, I agree with you, Chair. And that since now the amount was reflected in the cash book and not in the bank statement, then it appears the money had not been banked, Chair. And that is the issue that we have as outstanding.
So if the money has not been banked, it has been received and it has not been banked, therefore, what conclusion do we draw?
Now is the county now to explain.
No, auditor. if money has been received in the cash book but not recorded in the bank statement, is that just a bookkeeping error, or that means that that money is lost?
Chair, that's why we say that we cannot establish.
Patrick, with tremendous respect to the OAG, you are becoming the advocates of the county rather than being our technical advisors. Tell me in plain English that you have seen the receipts reflected in the cash book, they are not recorded in the bank statement. Why do you want them recorded in the bank statement?
Chair, I beg your pardon, Chair.
You have said you have receipts in cash book, but they are not in the bank statement, isn't it?
True, Chair.
Why should they be in the bank statement?
Thank you, Chair. So that now you can have a complete transaction, and the P give us an assurance
so
that the money,
if they are not in the bank statement,
yes,
so the transaction is not complete. So where would the money be if it's in the cash book and not in the bank statement?
By the entity now, with the entity, Chair, because it's not in the bank.
Have you been able to trace it anywhere else, like it has been spent at source?
No, Chair.
So where is the money?
Now we want them now.
Governor, our interpretation is that you have a receipt in the cash book, not recorded in the bank statement. Therefore, there is 102,198,000 that cannot be accounted for. How do you explain that?
I will let my CFO and my CCU Finance respond to that.
Yeah, please, just go straight to the point on why that money is not in the bank statement and where that money is.
Thank you, Chair. As stated by the governor initially, this relates to borrowing, money borrowed from 2014 to 2022, but have not yet been refunded back to the deposit account.
Borrowed?
Yes.
From where?
From the deposit account. By who? By the county government, the previous administration. They borrowed 1 or 2 million.
The county government is in perpetuity, so don't make those kind of references.
So as county now, we have managed to allocate like 30 million to refund back that cash as progressively.
So what are you saying? You're the chief officer?
Yes.
So are you saying that that money was borrowed and not refunded?
Yes.
What do you mean by borrowing? Is it going to the account and withdrawing the money and not banking it back?
Yeah, that's basically what you mean.
So 102 million was withdrawn from the accounts of Samburu,
yes,
retention account, and not refunded.
Yes.
But Chair, it's also fair to say this is 2014.
No, that's okay.
I was not the governor, they were not there.
That's okay.
That's also fair.
You are now the governor of Samburu.
No, but I was not there.
No, it's
also fair to say that.
No, it's not material.
It is fair to state that I was not there.
Yes, you can say it, but it is not material. It does not take away your responsibility.
It will.
Senator Chiragani.
Chair, the government exists in perpetuity. You inherit both assets and liabilities. That's the law. So the fact that somebody is in office, governor, the current governor in office, whether he was there or not there, it is immaterial. He must answer the question. So we're asking, let me finish, the 102 million that belongs to the great people of Samburu, where was it used? The CEO said 30 million is being borrowed to be put back to deposit account. So we need to see that trace that money. Because the fact that it cannot be proved that it was banked was lost. And I think OAG is just fearing to say that.
Now, OAG,
sir, allow me to say something.
I'll allow you to say something. You see, the response of the county government, actually, I want to thank the county government for exposing this. Because this is what you should be querying, OAG, instead of telling us this is a reconciliation matter or a bookkeeping matter. This is outright theft of 102 million. And we need to know who did it. Whether you are there or not, someone must take responsibility for it. This is the reason why the EACC sits here. It is unacceptable for people to go in and take 102 million and disappear with it. Honorable members, just last week we were struggling to add 400 million, 405 million to Samburu. It goes to Samburu, it is withdrawn in a sack, and nothing happens. The auditor tells us it is a reconciliation problem. This is unacceptable. Patrick, I think on that, I think the advice I'm getting from you is not sufficient to help us establish the gravity of the situation.
Chairman, I agree with you completely, but remember, Chairman, the comments I made in the morning in the language of audit may be something that we need to look at internally as an office, and also considering what this committee has said in the past about implementing the rest of the sections of Public Audit Act 63 to 68, where matters can be referred to other entities, not just being reported on.
No, thankfully, the county has shed light on it, and they have not minced words. 102 million was looted. I think borrowed is not the right word, looted.
Chair,
from the deposits account.
Chair, from the reading, okay, from the deposit account. But my reading is different. That the last statement, no explanation was provided on why the receipts had not been banked. So there are some receipts that have not been banked. It is different from borrowing from a deposits account and paying to some other account. My just reading is, Auditor, is it true that you are seeing some receipts which were not banked, and so it was from the source to the bank in between? That's why the money was lost. Or is it true? Because if it was true that it was borrowed from a deposit account, then that evidence would have been shown that this money is emanating from some deposit account to wherever it went to. So there has to be a distinction.
Chairman, the issue of reconciliation will be between the deposit account and maybe the main account. But what the Honorable Senator has said about the failure to bank receipts, that is quite different, Chairman. That money is unaccounted for.
When we talk of deposit account, we are referring to the deposit and retentions.
Yes, Chairman.
Is that the case, Governor? It's a deposit and retentions account, from where you are supposed to pay suppliers. So if the money has been looted, how have you been able to pay the suppliers whose payments have fallen due?
Thank you, Chair. I think, Chair, it's just good to note that these are two transactions. There were monies that were received from the suppliers but were never banked. Then there was some money.
Wait a minute. Received from suppliers?
Yes, but not banked.
But never banked?
Yes. And then there was money borrowed from the said accounts. So those are two transactions we are trying to do.
The first one, how do you have money from suppliers and not banked? I mean, how does that work?
Okay. First, I want just to put a disclaimer that we've not done it during our administration. But
no, now that you have said that is what happened, just describe what happened.
Now we deduct, of course, the funds from the suppliers, but the money is diverted to do maybe something else than going back to that account.
So those are unremitted deductions?
Unremitted deductions.
Are they then remitted to private accounts, or they are transferred to other activities in the organization?
Because of the exchequer releases, they were transferred to other activities. So I think, Chair, maybe what I wanted to speak upon is because last time this question has been recurring year in, year out, and there was a direction given to us by the last Senate last time that what we do as we reconcile this money, we keep following the trail of reconciling this money, we budget some money to refund the suppliers.
But what happens to the persons who stole 102 million?
We are still reconciling. It's way back since 2014.
I want to answer to the person.
Chair, on a point of order, see, you want to say the former governor went away with all the documents when he left office?
No.
Then don't give us that, Chairman. We are tired. I was not there. We were not there. What nonsense is that?
Governor,
I don't think you would have given directions different from...
I want first of all to say that's not nonsense. I was an MP in this parliament in 2014, Senator Saragay. So it's not humanly possible that I can, government really exists in perpetuity. That is true. He might be a governor someday.
Order, Governor, please address the chair and the issue that is before you.
Yeah, but I'm just, we're human beings. This thing happened in 2014. 2014, I want to state this, 2014, I was a member of parliament here. I was not a governor. It is humanly impossible for me to know who took the money. What I would expect from the Senate is to comment on what to do with the person who took the money. I'm just like you. If there's something you can do about the person who took this money, I'm with you 100%.
Who is the CEO of Samburu? Is it the Senate or the governor before us?
Governor before us.
Yes, that is a responsibility.
Human being who was not there in 2014.
That is a responsibility of the CEO.
Chair, I cannot be responsible for something in 2014.
Senator Lelekwe?
Chair, I just wanted to ask this question to the auditor. In that actions taken by management read by the governor, that Mr. Chair, the amount in the question relates to monies borrowed from our deposit account from financial year 2014 to 2022. Is that your position as auditors?
Thank you, Chair. Our position as auditors is that as of 30th June 2024, 102,281,814 was recorded in the bank reconciliation as receipts, but it was not in the bank account. So it could be cumulatively as at that date. Thank you, Chair.
Chair.
Let me ask again.
Annex 1. Annex 1 was to speak to that question of 2014 to 2021. But when you go through Annex 1, as attached in that document, maybe the auditor or the county should take us through, because I can see dates as from 2022, 2024, 2023. So what does that document answer, or what does that document tell us about that first statement?
Chair.
Proceed.
Yeah, who was governor in December 2022? It was the same thing. Yes, something. Yeah.
This maybe I'll refer to head of treasury to make clarification on that, because it relates directly to him.
Chief Officer, why are you unable to answer that question?
This relates to reconciliation issues on.
Yes, you are the Chief Officer. Aren't you a signatory to these financial statements?
Yes, I am.
Yes, so what's the difficulty in answering a question that relates to the financial statements for which you are paid to ensure that they are accurate?
As I said initially, these are borrowings. They are 1 or 2 million from 2014 to 2022 financial year cumulatively. Yes.
Are you able to do a schedule by financial year for us to be able to see that in 2014 we borrowed 30, in 2017 we borrowed 20? Is that available?
For now,
Chair, you know me, I'm not an accountant. I just wanted to be clear so that you make me understand. Borrowing for me as a lay person is you go and borrow, okay? But what is at hand, following from her, you are saying this is money you have received and you cannot tell us where it went. Are we clear? So is that borrowing or that is misappropriation? Because if you borrow, that's, you know, you're using a very soft word. This one is simply money that is supposed to be traced to where it has gone, but we are not able to get answers.
And Chair, in our last meeting, the governor said these monies were borrowed and is not ready to budget in the next budget cycle. He accepted that money was withdrawn and it was not deposited back, and he was not ready to budget for that money because he believed that this money was stolen.
So Chair, we can't mix.
From the finance CC, I think there was some recommendation from the Senate here that we continue. Please say.
Thank you. Through the chair, it's just good to note that we took the recommendation of the Senate to budget for that money, and we've budgeted in the current financial year. It is in our current 2025-2026 budget. We've budgeted for that amount with the direction of the Senate.
You see, the problem is that your chief officer says that this money is cumulative to 2022. Now, the first question we must ask ourselves is whether the practice still continues. For your information, borrowings are sanctioned in law, but there is a procedure. Are we on the same page? Is that accurate? See, that you can do borrowings, but there's a procedure. There must be an approval. Was there a procedure followed, or were there approvals that were sought? Because the requesters and approvers are then the people we are going to deal with.
Okay, from the documentation, the documentations are scanty, and we are trying to build up that file. It is quite hectic. We can't even trace the documentation, and that's why we had requested for more time. We reconcile that account and bring the people who misappropriated the money. Because when we try to get which date or which month or year this money was misappropriated, it's quite hard at the moment.
Yes, you see. Isn't this the kind of things you are established to deal with?
Yes, Chair. This is the kind of issue that would be for investigation, because be able to look into the transfer of the funds, the flow, how it was used, and who is the recipient.
Senator Muruma?
Chair, just because I'm not an accountant, help me understand. This Annex Appendix 1, and that question has been asked by Dr. Lelegwe, but it has not been responded to. What does Annex 1 explain, speak to? Because we are seeing transactions and payments in the cash book, not in the bank statement, which are up to June 2024. What are they supposed to explain? Because they're saying what was happening here and the reconciliation problems were supposed to be from 2014 to 2022. Why are we having this annex here? Just explain. That Appendix 1, what is it about?
Annex 1.
No, it's the management, yes.
Annex 1 as
Appendix 1.
Annex 1 is unpresented check. Payments in cash book not yet recorded in the bank statement. That means that we have our cash book now here is IFMIS. The monies were deducted from IFMIS but not paid to the bank. So it means that these funds were diverted to do other activities.
Chair.
Senator Chirage?
Lotirok Solomon, what is your ISPAC number?
23327.
27. Are you in good standing with ISPAC?
Yes.
Kalul Joseph, Head of Director of Accounting Services, what is your ISPAC number? 6711. So, Governor, you are saying you were not there before 2022. But from your annexures, and I want to put it to you, to prove that you spend money at source, in your annexure, I think annexure 1, payments in cash book, not in bank statement. From 50 December 2022, I want to believe you are the governor of Samburu then. All through up to 2024. This money, Chair, either was spent as the source or was misappropriated, because even the number of companies that have been paid from 5th December 2022, from 39,000 all through to, let me see, that is around 13 million. Then you go to borrowings in the bank, that is 13.7 million. From Falam Construction Company Limited from 1.1 to 194. Governor, this money was likely to be, was spent on the source. Is it true or false?
That's one I can say. This is my opinion. If this, from the chairman, if somebody did not bank the money and misappropriated them, ACC is here. I want to agree with the chairman. That's your job. Please get these people
Chair,
and prosecute
why
them.
is the governor taking over your role?
I have not taken his role. I'm just saying I agree with him.
Answer just governor.
I'm agreeing with him, not taking his role. Please.
Governor, let's be orderly. I'm the one giving directions in this meeting.
I have asked a simple question,
Senator
Governor,
Cherarke?
that I put it to you that this money was spent at source, which is irregular and illegal, and therefore this money was lost. Do you agree with me? No, why are you pointing in the chair? Is it, you know, in the evidence capacitor, my senior counsel will tell you that the witness can be hostile. I think the witness now is hostile.
And Chair, I think what Senator Cherarke is referring to 2024. He's referring to
2022 to 2024. Which
2024.
you were the governor. We have agreed with you. Let us note you are with us in the last session, so we don't. We are now on your term from 5th December 2022.
The brief I have from my accounting officers,
yes,
all of them,
yes,
is that this money was from 2014 to 2022. 2022 runs, you know, remember when the elections were done? The elections were done in August, meaning the year of 2022.
When were you sworn in?
2022.
What is September?
No, not in September. 25th August.
25th August. So in 5th December you are in office.
All I'm saying, if there is anything, and I wanted to agree with the chairman, we have people here who will follow up with these people.
So you suspect your own staff of being
If they're there,
with
please,
money?
they should, SEC, take care.
Senator,
we are not making only
the CEO. What about command responsibility?
Charge, you know, he was the chair of ESCC or Komokongo. There is what you call abuse of office. Abuse of office is when the buck stops at you and you do nothing about your job.
I
So
think
if he is a mess governor by ESCC, it includes you. Because you didn't exercise your authority as the chief executive officer. You are the only, under the Constitution of Republic of 2010, governor has an executive power, unlike the president. So don't run away. You will be part of the mess if ESCC has to come, because that's abuse of office for not doing your job.
I agree with you. I'm ready for that.
Hey.
Senator Dulo.
Chair,
Senator Dulo.
I think we are taking a lot of time on this matter. And from the discussion we are hearing, some of the documents cannot be traced. So the best thing to do is refer this matter to DCI and ESCC so that we can proceed.
It is easy to make referrals for convenience, but you never get action done. You would want to pursue the people who disappeared with 1 or 2 million, but on the other hand, you'd ask, this money was due to suppliers. What is going to happen to them? So yes, we have agreed that the people who stole 1 or 2 must be pursued. Now, the action that you must provide, Governor, is how do you ensure this money comes back so that they are paid to suppliers when it becomes due? Governor?
I think I said earlier, and if my memory keeps me well, from this Senate committee, there was a recommendation made. I don't have the exact details, but my CC has them, that we were allowed as we were told as a county. Maybe you can continue because you have all the details.
Yeah, and if you're saying you have taken action, you must direct us to the evidence to support that.
We've budgeted the money as per your recommendation.
Do you have evidence to support that?
It is in the current budget that we are passing, I think.
Do you have an annexure of that, just an extract to confirm?
Budget was just stable, so
No.
I don't think we can.
No, but I can provide.
Yeah, because members, I would not be worried about spending too much time on this, because I have not seen a situation where people steal 102 million from a deposit account. The county we dealt with yesterday, I think, had a similar problem. But the figures were, what, 30-something million? I have not come across 102 million. And Senator Mwadime, this is not a borrowing. If it is a borrowing, there is a procedure in the PFM Act and Regulation. This is looting. This is outright theft of public resources.
Chair, Who was the CEC in 2023 and in 2024, and who was the CCO? Governor, if you discover that the officers who are CCs and CCOs in 2023 and 2024 are seated here, what administrative action will you take against them moving forward? Or would you be comfortable continuing to work with them, because then you would be complicit?
Governor?
It's hard for me to just say what administrative action I'm going to take right here. But I promise you, let me just finish. But
are they here?
Which ones?
The CC and CCO.
Of which year?
2023 and 2024.
They're seated there, these two. Yeah. But I promise you that I agree with you that if anybody seated here or not seated here misappropriated the money, I want to agree with the chairman. They must be followed, they must be prosecuted, and the law will take its course. And that one I agree 100%.
Now, the third directive we are giving is Auditor General. You must assure us that this practice is not continuing, because Senator Cherargei has cited at some records that would give the impression that it is persistent until prevalent. It is easy to blame those who are not in office, but it is more important for those who are in office to take responsibility and ensure that that looting is not going on under their watch. We will expect, as you do your in-year audit, that in the 2024-2025 report, you will give us a detailed analysis of the deposits and retentions accounts and assure us that the budgets have been provided and the money has been reinstated, and there's been no further recurrence of the theft that has been there previously. Is that in line with your audit methodology?
Yes, Chair. Especially the deposit account, we shall do a deep analysis on the same, and also conduct the review of all the bank reconciliations that they'll be providing for the current year under review, Chair. We shall do that
So yes, you see, let this not be one of those things that take forever. You have a government that has admitted that this looks like theft. So let this not be one of those things that are going to take 6 months or 6 years, like some cases that we have in our matrix. This matter needs to be closed, and we need to provide an assurance. And indeed, Senator Lelegwe, if we would have had this meeting before we approved the allocation of 400 million to Samburu, I would probably have had different ideas. There is no need for me to send 400 million more at the expense of Homa Bay, only for it to be spirited away by crooks inside the organization.
The governor denies that money was added under affirmative action. He denies that Samburu will not receive such amount of money in the social media park in Samburu.
I have it recorded on social media, on record, that we thank the Senate through Senator Mwadime, who moved the motion that 414 million was added to 11 counties. Nyandaru added at the last point to be 12 counties. Thank you so much. And, I don't know what you're saying, Senator. You have to explain to me what you're saying. Because this thing's on record. I wrote it on Facebook. I thank this guy sitting here, a good friend of mine. Mwadime was my lawyer at some point when I was buying properties.
Governor, order. We don't rely on Facebook posts, and
but he said I do not agree.
So we are not going to pursue that path. Let's come back to the audit report.
No, but allow me to respond fully.
But Governor, just for the record, it's good now that you're here.
The entire Senate.
Thank everybody, including your Senate.
Thank you, the Senate, through the Senator. I moved motions when I was in Parliament, and there's always a mover of the motion.
Yes. So
some of us did nothing.
Senator Mwadime, can you inform him the amount Samburu was to receive in the first proposal?
in fact, to be very honest, when I first moved the motion, Samburu was to get 115 million. But this senator here wanted to slaughter me on that day. He forced me to withdraw the motion and amend it to ensure that you get 405 through the effort of your Senate. Yeah.
I think this is not part of this.
I'm
just saying.
But you're the one who started talking about Facebook.
He started.
When you are put on a wall, you want to exit.
But
Governor, my good
all
friend.
counties are getting 415, not only Samburu.
Governor, you are an extremely
There's no way
ungrateful
Samburu
person.
would have been special to get 105 when everybody else is getting 150.
No,
Thank you,
it's only
Senate.
11
Thank you so
counties.
much. I think we should leave this.
11 counties. Of course, he knows the political implication if he says thank you to the area senator. But he's just running away.
We are not in these offices to love each other or to like each other, but we must love the people we serve. And if the senator has made a move that has taken more money to the county, give him his flowers. He has influenced that at the expense of other counties. But you don't have to love him, and he does not have to love you. And it's not our business to interfere in your affections. Our business is to ensure that we catch the people stealing money from Samburu. Honorable members, can we proceed? Auditor General, the issue of commercial bank accounts, you have included it as one of those issues that are outstanding, but I don't seem to see it in the response of the county executive. That's why I was asking what they were responding to. Has it been responded to, Auditor?
Not responded, Chair.
Governor? Operation of commercial bank accounts. Auditor, what was your query? Because what I have here on record is that there is no response. Can you read your query, and then we find out why it has not been responded to?
Okay, thank you, Chair. The query was on operation of commercial bank accounts. The statement of assets and liabilities and note 13A of financial statements reflects cash and cash equivalents balance of Kenya shillings 142,476,191 being bank balances for 15 special purpose accounts operated by the county executive. During the year under review, it was established that the county executive maintained another 25 active operation accounts that the operation accounts in various commercial banks. However, the management did not provide the approval status of the accounts, dates when the bank accounts were opened, signatories of the bank accounts, certificate of bank balances as at 30th June 2024, and the dates when the county treasury granted approval for opening and operating the bank accounts. Further, the accounts were not disclosed under other important disclosures in the financial statements. In the circumstances, the accuracy and completeness of the cash and cash equivalents balance of Kenya shillings 142,476,191 could not be confirmed. Thank you, Chair.
Clerk of the Senate, did we make a recommendation on this matter?
No, Chair, we did not make recommendation on this matter because it was not one of the issues that were outstanding as a thing.
But the report of the Auditor General here, my brief says it is not responded to.
Yes, Chair. It is not responding to these final responses that we are discussing now, Chair.
Was it responded to at the earlier, with the earlier written responses?
Yes, Chair.
So, did you get the approval status of the accounts? Dates when the bank accounts were opened, signatories, certificate of bank balances, etc. Did you get that information? And Governor, are these the 25 bank accounts which you have referred to in Annexure 2?
Through the Chair.
So Annexure 2 is it responding to this query?
Yeah, we had not availed during audit. We have availed it with the certificates as well.
Auditor, what is the status? You are the one who raised this. You asked these questions. Have they been responded to?
Yes, Chair, it was responded to. However, we had expected actually the county to include in the current response, but initially it was responded during the March responses that we were given to us, Chair.
You got the supporting documentation?
Annexures, we got the annexures, Chair.
You got the bank certificates and did the authentication?
Yeah, and including the approval, Chair.
So that you can give us an assurance that this is resolved?
We can give an assurance, Chair.
Fine. So then let's proceed to the next outstanding issue. I think we will go to pending bills. Because budgetary control, exchequer releases, those are policy issues. Pending bills not paid as first charge.
Thank you, Chair. The question is on pending bills not paid as the first charge. Note 20, under the other important disclosures to the financial statements, reflect pending amounts payables and other pending accounts payables, opening balances of Kenya shillings 465,119,507 and Kenya shillings 134,884,756 as outlined in Annex 2 and Annex 4 respectively. However, an amount of Kenya shillings 208,786,719 and Kenya shillings 132,535,604 in respect to pending accounts payables and other pending payables which should have been paid as the first charge was still outstanding at the end of the year under review. This was contrary to Regulation 41(2) of the PFM County Government's Regulations 2015, which states that debt service payment shall be first charge of a county revenue fund, and the accounting officer shall ensure that this is done to the extent possible that the county government does not default on debt obligations. In the circumstances, the management was in breach of the law. Thank you.
Governor, what have you done in response to the recommendations of the Senate?
The recommendations I have is prioritize payment of pending bills, ensure debt service payments are fast charged. Share in the year.
The recommendation was much longer because it was pursuant to a motion that was adopted by the House. So I will not ask the clerk to read all the details. So just go to your response.
Have small summaries.
Yeah.
Share in the year under review, the pending bills amounting to 256,332,788 was settled by June 30th, 2024. The payment plan has been submitted to control budget in the current financial year, and the management will continue to pay the pending bills as a first charge. That's the action taken by management.
Auditor General.
Thank you, Chair. Evidence has been given under Annex 5, A and B, that indeed 256,302,708 has been paid. However, the main issue which was here that they had not treated this debt as the first charge, to make a payment as a first charge for the outstanding pending bills which were there. That is during the 1st July 2024 when the financial year was starting, was not honored, Chair. However, a substantial amount has been paid, but still the first charge was not honored, which was the main question in this particular issue, Chair.
Auditor, you know your findings should also make sense. So if it's supposed to be first charge, then you expect that on the schedule, on the pending accounts payable schedule, settlement should also be on FIFO, isn't it?
It is, Chair. First in, first out.
So have you attempted an aging analysis of the debt for us to know that of the amount paid of 256 million, they started with the earlier debt rather than the current debt? Because first charge, FIFO are somehow related principles.
I agree with you, Chair. The first debt should be actually the first one to be cleared, but you could not ascertain on the same chair. It's only that we have a cumulative figure which was paid during the year under review. So that one we cannot promise, Chair, that what we established, that the FIFO principle was applied, Chair.
Yeah, because I've seen you query that in other counties, that there was no aging of the debt, so you had no visibility on how long some debt had been outstanding. But even when you tell us you are satisfied with the settlement, you must also satisfy us that we don't have debts of 2013, 2014, as we saw in some other county today in the morning.
Chair, if you can allow us, we are going to establish that one, Chair. during our current audit.
That should be within the scope of your current audit. Okay. Governor, did you do any task forces verification on the pending bills to get to this balance? And is this balance disputed, or you have accepted it?
When we got in, we established a pending bills task force, that I remember very well.
So you agree with the closing balance of 361 million as your pending bill?
Yes, Chair.
Was it 361? Or I'm reading a different amount? 465.
465, 180.
So the 465 is an amount that you have verified and that you have taken full responsibility over?
Yes.
And Chair, if I look at this annex 5A, the document is not paginated, but there are some pending bills to do with the salary deductions going to LAP fund and LAP trust. Governor, if you don't pay these amounts deducted for LAP fund, LAP trust for the year 2021, 2022, and the next one also 2021, 2022, that is 13 million. Those officers who are retiring, how do you expect them to be paid their gratuity? Number two, there are pending bills incurred for advertisement service. On that same page that I'm referring to, one by Standard Group Limited, financial year 2022-2023, September, 180,000. Why can't you pay these small pending bills? Do you still need them to be verified? Because if it was advertisement, then that advert would be on the papers. Are you disputing that service was given to you by the Standard Media Group? The other one was by National Media Group. Sorry, I'm getting old, I can't read well. I think I need to look for glasses. A dating card in 2022-2023, 248,000 for the National Media Group. You're not paying them. Why? Do you still need verification?
And can you respond to that? I will let my CFO respond to that.
As earlier recorded, we had accepted the bill of 465 million, verified by pending bill committee. And as at now, we have settled 208 million, remaining with a balance of 108, which we are still paying based on first in, first out basis.
If it was in first out basis, then it means whatever you've paid out of these 200 something million must have been incurred before the financial year 2021-2022. Is that the case?
Yeah, that's the case.
So that if you look at the schedule of the payments that are done, and you are using the principle of FIFO, then the pending bills are not incurred before this? No, after this? They are before?
Yeah, that's the case, because this remaining balance of 108, we have carried forward to the current financial year. Which
I'm asking if I look at the schedule of the pending bills you've paid, they will they'll have been incurred before 2021-2022 and not after. Saying it under oath, because the governor is under oath. Because after this, then when you're doing our reports, I will look at the schedule of the payments that you've stated.
Yes, Salam.
Auditor, I can trace 465, but I can't trace 134. 134 million, which you have stated was the opening balances in annexures 2 and 4. Could you point me to the 134? Because in my view, the pending bills at the beginning of the year are understated. Where is 134 coming from?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The 134,884,756 related to other pending accounts payables. In the financial statements, it's contained in Annex 4.
Annex 4 goes all the way up to page 240, isn't it?
Of the financial statements of the report of the Auditor General.
I'm looking at Annex 2 is the detailed schedule. Annex 3 is pending staff payables. Annex 4 is other pending payables, isn't it?
Yes, Chair.
So if you go to the end of that report, I'm looking for the 134 that you're referring to. Because the grand total is 364. And that's why I'm surprised when the county says they accept those numbers, and yet their detailed schedule has got a different conclusion. Auditor.
Yes, Chair. I can confirm the amount of standing balance at the financial year 23-24 was 361,750,995.
No, remember you're dealing with opening balances. So we look at the original amount, isn't it? Rather than...
Yes, Chair. I can confirm the amount in question was the opening balances, and that was at 1st July 2023 now.
Yes.
This one was for the closing balance.
So where is this 134 you are referring to coming from?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The 134 million in question can be contained now in the previous audit statement. The annexures being brought forward, but we can, given a few minutes, we can find it out.
But we just discussed that in the morning.
Yes.
That the balance you close at 30th of June midnight should be the balance you open on 1st of July.
It's true, Chair. That is it. The closing balance by 30th of June should be the same balance in the first subsequent day, which will be 1st July.
Yes, so this report has got 465 million and 364 million in annexures 2 and 4. But you referred to 134 million in annexure 4. Where is the problem? County, maybe you understand these financial statements better. You can help the auditor, but the auditor is my advisor.
Yes, Chair. Maybe let's look at note 3 to the financial statements in the
page 41.
Page 41. The balances brought forward were 134,884,756. Additions by the county during the year was 229,215,391. Amounts paid by the county during the year were 2,349,152. So when you do the reconciliation, balances now carried forward as other pending payables amounted to 361,750,995.
361,750.
Now at the end of the financial year.
So at the beginning was 134.
Yes, Chair. 134.
Shouldn't that be supported by Annex 4?
Other pending payables.
Yes, Chair. Annex 4 refers to now. Annex 4 refers to the composition of the 361,750,995 at the end of the financial year. But the supporting documentation for the 134,884,756 can be found in the previous financial year, the closing balance. Yes, Chair.
The message is your reports should not just speak to auditors, and it should not just speak to accountants. It should speak to the public. We need to have, perhaps we need to push for a popular version of your reports.
Yes, Chair, that is noted. And we.
But even before we get there, make sure your reports can speak on their own without someone having to go through detailed schedules. So, Senator Lelego?
Chair, I draw your attention to Annexure 5A. Chair, when you see that annexure, that the first, there are about 4 or 5 companies that were contracted on 31st May 2021, and I can read construction of male.
Annexure 5A on the governor's?
Yes.
Okay.
Construction of male and female ward block at Losuk Dispensary. Construction of staff house block at Marti Government of Kenya Dispensary. Construction of Lodungokwe Health Center Laboratory Block. Construction of South Hor Health Center Laboratory Block. Construction of dispensary and sanitary block at Lodwa. That contract was awarded in May, or those contracts were awarded in May 2021, and I can see the status of that pending, those pending bills. They are still outstanding, and the governor has just said that they have paid, and they have had a task force to look at those pending bills. So are these genuine pending bills, or they are not genuine? That's the reason why you've not paid that pending bill.
Governor?
CFO, answer that. Thank you, Chairman. Those pending bills were verified by the pending bills committee. When they were doing verification, those projects were not in place. And that's why they are not paid up to date. And we have that. Maybe you can provide for that pending bill committee report so that we can support what I'm saying.
You are saying that they are not valid claims?
Yes. Upon verification, they are not valid claims.
So you understand you are proceeding to accrual basis where pending bills will be treated as liability. So why are you still keeping them in your books if you have established that they are not payable?
What we have done, now that we are going to accrual basis, will clear off those pending bills, having already terminated those contracts.
What process will you use to do that? Because I thought it was the verification that would then lead you to a write-off.
Yes, that's why I said we had a pending bill committee which verified, and they saw that those projects were not in place. So we used that report to terminate those contracts and maybe write off those.
I don't think you understood me. Those ones are still in your register as accounts payable. When you include them in your register, the Auditor General will be asking for what happened. For them to exit, it's either through payment or through a verification exercise. Isn't it? Those are the only 2 ways they can exit this report. And you have said you have verified they are not payable. So the only other way for them to exit is through? Yes. So yes. What is the strategy to ensure that whatever is ineligible does not sit as a liability in your books?
Now that these projects are not done and they are not in place, we are going to write off them, all of them, in our books of accounts.
Auditor General, what is your advice to the executive?
Thank you, Chair. First of all, we shall have to review the report of the committee that verified these pending bills, and then find the valid reason why they were not paid. One, if the project was not in existence, if documentation was not speaking to the transactions, and then thereafter, that's when we can confirm that they were not payable, and the right recommendations were provided. And before they write them off, they have to inform either the contractor or the supplier in question to avoid the litigations, because it might be forced, actually they might be forced, the suppliers or contractors might be forced also to fight back. So those are the documentations that we may require to confirm before the write-offs are done, Chair.
Chair,
if before Senator, the risk you run is, yesterday a governor said that that schedule is the Auditor General's schedule. Senator Omogen, you recall, where a governor said that that schedule you were told by the Auditor General to provide it that way. This schedule must be the counties, not the OAGs. So you must also facilitate and communicate properly to ensure that these liabilities are reduced. I don't know whether what you have said, that procedure has been communicated to counties in writing on how to write down their invalid claims.
I think, Chair, that one should be guided by the National Treasury, as is to confirm what they have done.
I don't think so. The National Treasury has a separate verification task force for county and it does not cover county governments.
Because we have, Chair, we have the subject matters. One of the subject matters we have for the county governments is the pending bills that we are going to ascertain, because we are now moving to the IPSAS accrual. We have given it as a subject matter, so we are going to do so much audit on the same before we conclude and confirm that they have moved the right liabilities as the payables to the next financial year, which will be now reporting under the accrual basis, Chair. So we have a lot of work to do on the same as a subject matter on the pending bills. So we may require a lot of documentation on the same.
Okay.
And at that particular time, that's when maybe we can be able to give our advice on the same, because we are going back for the audit.
Senator Lilegwe, sorry I cut you short.
Yeah, Chair, I believe why we have these pending bills in that list that is provided by the county government is because there was a committee that was established. They did their work, they verified, and they found that what is listed here are genuine pending bills that the county government need to pay. So my question was, why do you pay for pending bills for 2023 as in that list, 2024, before clearing those, the ones I've just read out?
Through the chair, it's good to note that some of the projects for financial years, like for example 2022-2023 or 2023-2024, sometimes are not pending bills until the financial year is closed. We do provision of pending bills in the month of April when we are doing the budget cycle. So we provide for that pending bills during that time. So some of the projects are not completed, but they will appear in the next financial year because we only pay something that has been completed. So they end up being in the next report of the next financial year, but the award of that pending and the award of that project was on the initial year. So that is why you'll find that when we have that report, we'll find that there's pending bills of previous years, but you know, we only pay when the works have been completed.
We expect OAG in your audit to do a much more comprehensive report and a better analysis on this matter, particularly the aging aspect and also the write down of ineligible bills, by providing guidance.
Chair, I think what we have as a pending bill, or what we define as pending bill, is when you have issued a certificate of payment. So how do you say some of the contracts, some of the projects have not been completed, and this is a pending bill of 2021?
I did not say that, you didn't get me. Sometimes they will appear in the next financial year because in the year that they were supposed to be paid, the projects were not completed. So they will appear, of course, when they have been completed and certificate issued. So you'll find that the certificate issue will be in the current year, they have completed the works. So you'll find that the initial, when they were given the contract, was on those years, and that is the difference. And you'll have those, and that's why we'll always have pending bills from other years that are being paid in the current years.
So, what is the reason why those pending bills are not paid? Is it because you don't have the budget, or the projects are not there completely?
Which I'm getting to understand now. This is 2021. If I'm please help me if I'm quoting you correctly. These projects of 2021 were not there, and the pending bills committee. Let me continue from there. So I think if that is correct, then you don't pay something that's not there.
Yeah, this pending bills committee was established immediately after the governor took over the office. Their main purpose was to establish the pending bills that are eligible and those that are not eligible. So according to their report, they said these bills are not eligible for payment.
They here?
Yeah.
Why are these bills here then?
They are here, but we have not paid.
Why? Why are they here if they are not eligible?
Now, that one now was the purpose of the committee.
Yeah.
The auditors had advised on how to take them off, so maybe we should follow the advice on how to remove them. I don't think that's the correct word you used. They said.
Let me give directions to the auditor, but I'd already given directions that those procedures need to be clearly communicated, because we are going to accrual basis, and this form part of your stock of liabilities. And so if something is not supposed to be a liability, it needs to be out of that register. I don't know whether there is any other observation. So,
is the county attorney here? Governor? Governor, is your county attorney here?
Right here.
Yeah, because there is a point you are told by the auditor, and you need to be very careful. The way you will disengage or terminate these contracts can expose you to some legal liability. So please, county attorney, make sure that you strictly follow the law. If you can, have a mutual separation so that you don't make it antagonistic, they take you to court, because it will actually increase the liability to the county government. And the ones that you think are genuine, Chair, you know, you are here, you saw what Mwadime was doing. They do evaluation and ascertain work done, and the contractor agrees, this is what I've done, pay me, we part ways. I like the way Mwadime is doing. Maybe you could speak to Governor Mutula to guide you what he's doing with his pending bills where there is no capacity to continue undertaking the contract. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, I just take you back to this question for one more last, for one time. One, I want to ask the county government whether Lodungokwe Health Center Laboratory exists.
Is it in the annexures?
Yeah, it's Annexure 5A. The same
Annexure 5?
projects, yeah, 5A.
You referred to?
Is Lodungokwe Health Center exist? Does it exist?
You said law?
Lodungokwe Health Center Laboratory.
It does not exist.
It does not exist. What about Southward Health Center Laboratory? Does it? Is it an existing laboratory?
No, it's not there.
CEO Health is here.
Senator, just to ensure we're on the same page, Lodunok OPD.
Yeah, this project. Let me see.
Okay. The font is very, very small.
So this from female and male construction. Yeah, this one.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, fine. Because I want us to refer to what is before us.
Let's ask if these projects exist.
Oh, these are the ones you are querying? Yeah, Governor, you are responding.
Chair, I was asking the existence of these projects. Male and female ward block at Losu Government of Kenya Dispensary. 2, staff house block at Marti Government Dispensary. Lodumokwe Health Center Laboratory. Southward Health Center Laboratory. And dispensary and sanitary block at Lodua.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I can confirm that Lodumokwe Laboratory is not there. Losu male and female ward is there, but constructed last financial year. Then Southward Laboratory is also not there. Sanitary block at Lodua is there. And also Marti Health Center staff house is also there. Thank you.
Senator?
So it means these projects are there. So why do you claim that these are not genuine pending bills if the projects are there?
As CEO Health has alluded, there are some projects that were constructed last financial year. Like Losuk, maybe you can clarify. Like Losuk, it was constructed last financial year.
Can you just respond directly? I want us to, because it's going to 6. I don't like this idea of tossing it to somebody else. It's a very clear, the Senator has asked, why are they here? And I think explaining that should be very easy. You don't need to toss it to somebody else. Why are they here? Perhaps it's work in progress?
Chair, they have just informed us that 3 of these projects are existing projects completed and maybe in use, but they have not paid the contractors who did this work back in 2021. They've also informed the committee that these are not genuine bills, so I don't know what position to adopt as a committee.
This is what I'm getting. When we got in, we had a pending bills committee, which had these things as pending bills. I mean, there were claims of pending bills. But I think the senator should also have this, the CEO Health saying that these projects were not there, but they were constructed in subsequent years. We funded them in other years. They're not, and I think they already paid. Those ones that we did when I was the governor.
When your officer says they are not there, what I hear...
Some are not there and some are there.
What I hear is that it is an non-existent project.
Yes.
Is that what you mean?
That's what it means.
So if it's an non-existing project, why is it on the schedule?
I have no idea. That one you can answer. I don't know.
Now, as that immediately after the transition, these projects were not in place. That's why they were not paid. Because the committee recommended they are not eligible for payment because they are not there. And now the county government budgeted in subsequent year for those projects and they are already paid for.
If the committee said that these projects are not eligible for payment, why do you put them in the list of pending bills?
That's the question. Now, according to the auditor's report, they said, this was a query from auditors. They said, pending bill of 465 million were not paid as first year.
Don't go there. We are done with that. We have dispensed with that. Just address the senator's question. Perhaps it has been answered, but since he has asked it, you need to answer it.
We have already answered that. Because
just restate. It is not for you to decide that. Just restate what you said, so that we deal with the doubts.
Were verified by the pending bills committee, and they said that these projects are not eligible for payment at that time. Yes.
Did the verification, the committee that did verification of the pending bills?
You know,
for us to make progress, maybe Chair, I propose.
Senator and Governor and your team. That question has been asked, and I've asked it in a different language. And Senator Mwadime has even given the final guidance to the county attorney to ensure proper disengagement. Can you just give those direct answers? Because this, I don't know why your chief officer is trying to be clever. I have had that answer. Just give that answer. Then we move on to the next issue. I have heard it. The senator didn't hear it. Just restate it so that we move. I don't want a conflict where none exists. Governor?
I've already stated that.
Can you repeat it?
I'm repeating.
Yes.
That what we did, we got these pending bills when we inherited the office. The governor established pending bills committee, which verified these bills. And they recommended that these bills are not eligible for payment as of then.
My friend, that is a question that the senator is asking, and there's an answer that we've already dealt with here that I want you to say, unless, I'm getting a bit frustrated, because I've heard it said, the senator perhaps didn't hear it, is asking why they are there and yet they are ineligible. What you're supposed to tell us is, yes, they are ineligible, but there is this process of transition to accrual that will require us to clean it up. Isn't that what we said? What is so difficult in responding to the senator with that kind of accuracy? It's not for me to respond to my colleague, it is for you to give the answers. Can we put that on record so that we close this matter and proceed? Mr. CEO, because you might be my first hostile witness today. Can you answer the question of the senator and give him the assurance of the processes that you're going to take to address that concern?
Thank you, Chair. As a county, we are planning to write off.
Well, let me say, we'll give the senator the assurance that we will follow the auditor's advice and the chairman advice to clean up those pending bills that do not exist that are still in this report. I hope I've answered.
I wondered why that was very difficult to state, and yet we have 1,000 things to deal with. Senator Cherage.
Chair, maybe I have seen a number of pending bills. There are some national government functions. On these instances, was there an agreement before you undertook some of these national government functions?
Give an example, Senator.
Like classrooms, like dormitory, like teachers' houses. It is part of your annexures, 5A, CEO. No, but there are others like the classrooms, construction of classrooms in Naimaral Primary.
I think those bills related to defunct local authorities, which the bills that we inherited from.
Can I give you like one? This construction of classroom in Lukwasi Primary was done in 2022. Was the municipal still existing in Samburu? Or Samburu are yet to transit?
To assure you that even the government that was there before us, and even now us, we don't construct primary school classes. Maybe the way it is restated here, usually most of our ECDs are within the primary school. So the person may be writing there, or the way it is written is different. But I can show you 100% that no time as Samburu County, even before I came in, we verified that, Senator.
Let me give you construction.
Let me just finish. Lukwasi is a primary school. When you do ECDs that are part of that school, maybe it is named after the school, but the real classroom is utilized by ECD students.
So, Governor, unless you are telling me the Samburu children who are in ECD level can sleep in a boarding school? Because you have construction of dormitory in Lulu Primary.
No, Chair, I can confirm in the case of Swari and Naimara, the ECD is constructed, the county government constructed ECD within in the compound of the primary school.
Which is mostly the case, but why does the county entity be specific? Because some people can, and I'm using, in fact, they have left the construction of dormitory in Lulu Primary. Does it mean your ICT children in Samburu sleep in dormitories? So then why are you doing national? And I've asked a simple question, Governor. Is there an agreement between national government and you before you do a national government function? We have seen, for example, in Narok, where they gave us evidence of that partnership. In this case of Lulu Primary Dormitory, was there an agreement? And this was done in 2022. Way back 10 years after municipality. Governor? No, 2013. It was done in 2022. And I'm using your records. This dormitory of Lulu Primary, I don't believe it belongs to ECD.
We don't construct dormitories. That I can assure you. And
But it is on your
we have not even asked for, I know what you're doing now with the bursaries, for something that is done by the other level of government. When you want to do, you request for kind of permission.
But Governor, I'm just asking a very simple way. On this Lulu Primary Dormitory, was there an agreement between the national government and you to do that?
There was no agreement. What was there? The county government did not construct.
So somebody who prepared this document, imagine that senators are busy and they will not go through item by item and they present to mislead us. Who prepared this document, Governor? Chief Officer?
Chair. The Governor, I'm just riding on your question.
Yes.
This project has been paid for. There is no pending bill for that project. Lulu Primary School Dormitory, 1 million shillings. I think the reason why it has been paid may be because the project is complete.
But you are not taking a national government.
Does it mean it belongs to the ECDE or the primary school?
We have the CC education here. Maybe you can go on record.
And tell us if these city children in Samburu sleep in the dormitory. I'm really interested. But the point,
Senator, it's very possible. Samburu is not as you saying, and you know this as partially. I will do. Maybe at some point, if need be, an ECD for, a dormitory for ECD students. Our people keep moving.
So you can have a dormitory for ECD.
Yeah, I can do that.
And you don't know.
No, I'm saying this one is not there, but I'm just saying.
But it was paid.
If no, the CC will answer that one. Oh. I'm only answering you that it is possible. I'm answering direct to your question. It is possible.
I agree.
It is possible in a place like Samburu.
I agree. We are
to do a dormitory for ECD, so that our people who move from place to place can leave their children. We feed ECDs. We do everything. They can leave their children. We've not done it, but I'm just saying that's a possibility in Samburu.
Then we don't work with possibilities.
Can we allow
with reality?
The education person to clarify so that we can make progress?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am on record to state that we don't do dormitories for ECD children. While that is the case, it is also possible for ECD children to be boarders because of the nature and the realities within Samburu.
Chair, let us not work with imaginations. We work with realities. My simple concern is that, Governor, does it mean you have excess money until you have allocated yourself powers to do national government functions? And you know there is transfer under the Constitution on transfer of functions. So my only concern is why would you do a national government function without a proper legal framework? And on this case, I'm just giving this an example, construction of dormitory in Lulu Primary. And I want to believe, Chair, in closing, is the person who prepared this documentation. The managed senators are so busy, and the intent was to mislead this committee. And therefore, since we have always written to ISPAC, because this is not number 20 in financial statements, we must write to ISPAC to punish the Chief Officer of Finance with an intention to mislead a committee with the same powers as the High Court. And this is the contempt against this committee. I submit, Chair.
Okay, I think the point is made. Senate, just take the concerns and then I'll allow you to respond.
Yeah,
Senator Marumo.
CC education, we are moving around the country, looking at the implementation of ECDs and VTCs with the Senate Education Committee. When we come to Samburu, please take us to Lulu Primary School. I want to see that dormitory and whom it is serving, if it is the primary school or the secondary school.
Governor? Sure, I just want to say, and I wish the senator would listen to me. He's on the phone.
No. The Senate is active. Okay. It's going to go unanswered.
Well, I'm just getting from my CFO, and I'm not taking away what you've said. You can do the same things you've said. I'm not taking away that. But from him, I just heard this thing is recorded incorrectly because it was constructed in 2013. That is when the local authority was still functional. So the year of record here is incorrect. That's what I'm getting from
Yeah, point
that
of
we
order.
need to confirm.
So it is a valid observation. It's just that the timing.
Yes, I'm just making a statement. I'm not saying.
No, I think the governor
You are not
accepts.
the one who is the author of this document. It is your chief officer. But it is wrong. And
members,
therefore, ISPAC must discipline the chief officer with an intent of material misleading of the committee.
Definitely, we shall make the necessary recommendations. Auditor General, when you look at that schedule, please ensure that we don't have national government projects there. And if they're there, insist on an intergovernmental agreement.
Chair, one more project, payment of construction and fencing works for Archer's Post Slaughterhouse. Date contracted 20th May 2023, amount 7.8 million. The status of the pending bill not yet paid. What are the reasons why that slaughterhouse has not been paid? Is it existing?
Governor?
Sure, the existence of the project, I cannot confirm here because we don't have our livestock person here today.
What about Chief Officer Finance? Really? If there's a pending bill and their people are coming for their money, they should be knowing. I don't know, is this...
Yeah, is there a slaughterhouse? Is there a slaughterhouse contracted by the county government at Archer's Post?
In 2023.
In 2023, contract amount is 7.8 million, not yet paid to date.
Mr. Chairman, the project is not there.
So it is also... By the way, Chair, let me ask a simple question.
We might lose this.
Yes.
Whatever you're referring to, has it been paid?
No, still pending.
How much is pending?
7.8.
And the chief officer says the project is not there. So when you say it is not there, what do you mean?
But the pending bill is there.
By the time the committee was verifying this project, it's not there and it's not existing in it.
So it is an ineligible,
ineligible
claim.
bill, yeah.
It is an ineligible claim.
Yes.
So how many
Okay.
Yeah, and Chair, if it is an eligible claim, how do you allow it to be part of your pending bills? Because then somebody must have claimed, must have taken the documents. One of the officers within that team must have taken the documents, and those documents must have reached IB, and you wanted to pay, and then maybe there was no money. How can that happen under your
Senator, if something is flagged and eligible for payment, I don't understand the techniques of accounting, but if something is flagged ineligible to pay, it will never be paid forever. So what point does it make to us to discuss?
But Governor, why do you have it in your pending bill? If it's not eligible...
The CFO can answer, but it is already flagged that it's ineligible to pay, so it will never be paid. He can answer the rest.
How does it find its way up to IB to become a pending bill? How?
And for a pending bill of a project in 2023 to appear in this report, then it must have been a pending bill that you carried forward 2024 and now 2025. That's why it's here.
What's the date of that bill, Senator?
20th May 2023.
And
20th May 2023. So it's not the things it's not the mess you have inherited. That is a current
mess.
20th May 2023, that was within the financial year. So if it is not there, how then do you have a charge of 7 million on it?
And this has not been paid. How many other fictitious
because
bills have you paid?
I thought it was a 2013, 2014 thing. That one I would have said we move on. But this is a 2023 May, current financial year.
Slaughterhouse, I've got it.
If these fictitious bills can find their way to...
So if you prepare the financial statements and attach this schedule, and then you come to Senate and confidently tell us that that project does not exist, what does it tell about the accuracy and completeness of this? I would have excused 2013, 2014, but not 2023. Put on, now you don't want to speak on the mic?
That one I'll revise to Head of Treasury, because he's the one who prepares these schedules.
Does the Head of Treasury report to you?
Yes.
Then why would you toss back? You are the man where the buck stops.
But he can help. He can help.
No, you take an oath.
But still see your finance. Don't you go through these documents?
Chair, let me ask a simple question. Governor, do you take this proceeding seriously?
Of course, that's why I'm here. Why do you talk? I want to to ask kindly through the chair, my Head of Treasury to respond on these questions that some of us are.
Okay, let's give him the mic so that he deals with the specific issue of the slaughterhouse. Where is the officer? He has disappeared. Governor, you have been abandoned by your troops. He disappeared immediately the slaughterhouse was mentioned.
Look for him, it could be another table.
You know, honorable members, let me...
On a more serious note, okay?
Okay, Senator Maruma.
On a more serious note, Chief Officer, and I come from a county government, when people are coming for their payments, Chief Officer, you are one of the people, and CEC, and even Governor, who are pushed to allow payments. Are you telling me, Chief Officer, you don't know that there is a slaughterhouse offense in Archer's Post? Ambayo watu wanadai. Are you saying you don't know? Are you feigning ignorance? CEC, contractors all the time are coming. Lakini hii imenyamaza tu. Assuming now you had enough money, you'd have paid. And I'm saying, how many other fictitious pending bills have you paid? Because they are there. This is a red flag, Chair.
This is Simon, the company that is being owed. Simon Enterprises Limited, they were being 2.9 million for metallic livestock sale yard at Longwen. Is that existing, Chief Officer? Be on record, Governor.
Pronounce the name correctly.
It is Simon Enterprises 2.9 million payment for construction of metallic livestock at sale yard at Longwen.
Where?
Longwen.
Longwen.
Longawan.
You're abnormal. You should pronounce these things correctly.
But that is not the
Senator Cherargei, you run the risk of diluting the other thing that...
No, I wanted to show that this same company, there is some consistent, this same company is the one being owed 7.8 million for constructing an existing payment for construction and fencing works for Archer's Post slaughterhouse. And when you go through, this company is recurring in many occasions, Simon. So maybe they are linked with the officers of county government.
It could be the Trojan horse.
Correct.
Is your officer here, Governor?
The treasury person was in this building. I want to make a call.
Where is he?
You had an emergency rent to fix?
I'm told he's already left home, unfortunately, and he was here.
Now, I'm going to, honorable members.
But you know, I cannot keep him in my pocket. He was here.
This is a point where we have to make certain decisions. This, we had made an earlier invitation. I've just asked the clerk to check the records. The reason why we are having this meeting this late in the day is because our earlier invitation for a meeting, the county sought a postponement, which we granted. And because of constitutional timelines, which had cited to the chair of the Public Accounts Committee of the Assembly, we were obliged to reschedule a meeting so that it falls within the constitutional timelines. It fell on this day today in the afternoon. But you will agree with me, honorable members, that ordinarily, even when the House is sitting, by 6:30, the House rises. The pace and approach that we have taken at this point will not allow us to prosecute the remaining issues in the next 10 minutes. Because for us to move to the next issue, then the head of Treasury must be produced. And I'm told he has already left the building. I am going to propose at this point, honorable members, that we adjourn, but there are a lot of things that are still pending in the reports before us, and including in the receiver of revenue statement. I think we have done 3, but maybe because of the time we have started and energy levels are low, honorable members, I think for us to do justice to the people of Samburu, and for us to ensure that we live up to our expectations of a house that is fair when it comes to oversight and scrutiny, we will adjourn and we will set another date within July or once we come back from recess for us to process the residual matters.
Yeah, before
Senator
Chalarke, what is the fate of this 7.8 million? If by the time they are coming back they have paid, why don't you rule that the EACC picks up this or DCI so that it becomes easy? Because it might come back and it has been paid. This 7.8
and Chair, the CEO, the Chief Officer Finance, he said the project is not there, it's not existing. So I want to ask him. So I want to ask him if the company that was awarded the contract, does it exist?
It exists. It's called Simon Enterprises Company Limited.
Yes, it exists. Simon Enterprises Limited.
The people are complicit from the procurement officers down to the CC.
Yes.
All of them are complicit.
Yeah. Chair, rule of this 7.
No, I think it would be proper that when we resume this sitting at the next meeting, that would be the first matter that we'll have to deal with. How a project, there's a claim on it, and yet you have said on oath that it does not exist. And I hope that the particular fellow...
Okay, at the time of reviewing, I had even indicated in my briefs that there was no receipt provided.
So, has it now been provided? Governor, do you have that, or we take it that 929 million was stolen? And you see, you guys need to organize yourselves well. The things we are discussing are generally informal sector things. So it's possible that documentation might not be as thorough. But when you find an audit query like this, you must look at the issues that have been raised. If you go to repair a vehicle, perhaps the mechanics are some informal guys who don't have systems, who don't have even ETR.
Chair,
we appreciate that, but you must provide something to support expenditure.
In the interest of effective use of time, even in their response, they have not cited any evidence of a receipt. And so even as we look for it, it doesn't seem to be there because you have not written it as part of your annexures. Then maybe you can give away for the chair.
Yeah, Governor, if it's not there, just say it's not there, then we will make our recommendations.
It is not attached, but it is there.
No. You can't bring fantasies here. If it is not attached, it is not there.
Okay.
If the auditor does not have it, if the auditor didn't see it, it does not exist. Okay. We don't want to give you a backdoor to go and cook receipts, the kind of receipts that Senator Sifuna has already flagged.
Yeah, because the problem was at that time of audit, the Associated Motors did not provide the receipt. The only problem is that they had also changed their systems, so they had to go and retrieve it, and it took too much time.
I think members will give directives on this because we cannot confirm that public funds were used properly. We shall make recommendations when we're doing our report writing. We proceed to printing, advertising, information, supplies and services. OAG.
Thank you, Chair. I think this matter was also addressed adequately by management, and it was not included in your recommendations.
Okay, then we proceed to unsupported pending payables.
Thank you, Chair. Can I read?
Yes.
Unsupported pending payables. Note 20 to the financial statement on other important disclosures reflects accounts and staff payables balance carried forward of 1,374,955,773 and 800,170,135 respectively, both totaling 2,175,125,908. However, analysis of detailed ledger indicating order and invoices issued and staff details, which include name and personal numbers, were not provided for audit review. In addition, Annex 3 to the financial statements on staff payable balance of 800,170,135 did not show how much was owed to the senior and middle management and the unionable employees. This was contrary to reporting format prescribed and published by the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board. In the circumstances, management was in breach of the accounting standards.
So we had a lengthy recommendation there, which we shall take note of. So, Governor, straight away, you could tell us the action that has been taken.
The county government has verified pending bills amounting to 1,374,955,773. The county government has submitted a payment plan for pending bills to the control of budget of 209,977,511 and 76 cents. Out of the verified pending bills, Kenya shillings 121,866,614 and 20 cents has been paid as at March 2025. The pending bill report has been compiled in accordance with the PSAB's reporting template. See attached payment plan, paid pending bills and pending bill template as per the guidelines of PSASB Appendix 6.
Auditor General, what's your view on that response?
Chair, the county government prepared the payment plan of 200 million, and as at March, they had paid 21 million. Subsequently, they indicated
21
as at March, when we had the March engagement. Later, they have indicated that they have paid 121 million. What I can confirm is that at this juncture, we cannot confirm this payment, but our teams are already working with the county executive. They are there. They started working, they are there, they have been there for about 1.5 weeks. So we have tasked them to verify and confirm to the committee how much has been paid, whether it is indeed 121 million. And secondly, as per your other resolutions, we have also tasked them to confirm the authenticity of the expenditures that relate to the pending bills, whether they were proper charged to public funds. Yes. Thank you, Chair.
Governor, in your financial statements, did you provide the breakdown, a scheduled breakdown of your pending bills?
My officer, Ganga, can you maybe respond to that?
It's a yes or no.
If they are provided, you say yes. If they are not, you say no.
Chair, we had provided.
Which annexure? the financial statements, not in your files.
Financial statements. Annexing financial statements.
The standard requires you to disclose. This thing, this tiny printout you put here, you are required to attach it to the financial statements to support those balances. Was it provided? Yes or no? I am also looking at it. Just show me where it is, where it was attached. Because the audit query says 800 million was listed as staff payables, but there was no detail on who was owed what. Now, when you have 800 million as staff payables, that is an extremely high amount of money. I don't think I've seen that in any other county. Maybe with the exception of Nairobi because of LAP Fund and LAP Trust. How can you have pending bills due to staff of 800 million? And who are those? That is the audit query. That's not my question. That's the query here. Because you have said you are paid 121. We are not sure whether 121 relates to the staff payables or 121 relates to the 1.37 billion. If you owe staff 800 million, then what kind of organization are you running?
Chair, just as a follow-up, the last time the executive appeared before the health committee, led by Senator Mandago, we talked about this 800 million. And you did a payment plan. You are proposing that you take a loan from the bank and in a supplementary budget that should cater for payment of part of this 800 million. I think it's a good opportunity to ask how much then out of this 800 million you have paid as per the payment plan that we gave to the Senate Committee of Health, which is actually part of the Senate, the House of the Senate.
What is this 800 million? What is it? You are not paying salaries at all.
Maybe, Chair, if I may comment on it. The 800 million.
So state your name for answered purposes.
My name is Hezron Mzuri.
And your role in the organization?
I work in the reporting unit.
Yeah, just have the mic close to you so that you are audible.
The 800 million was inclusive of salaries for June and May at that time, because it was at the audit was at the close of the year.
And how much was that?
So the actual payable was around, for statutory was 500 and something. Because the two...
Look,
yes.
When it comes to money, it is not 500 and something. It is exact. Can you go and get a schedule and refer to that schedule as you're telling us this story? That's why I've asked whether there was a schedule attached to these financial statements to break it down. And that's why the Auditor General also said and reported that 800 million was there, but they could not tell who was owed that money. You can't come here and give us a narration. You owe us a detailed schedule.
Guided, Chair.
So do you have it?
At the moment, I don't have it. But
so, Governor, you don't know who you owe in the organization, starting from staff. Isn't there someone who should have that information?
Chair, I'm sorry for that, but at one time I also got embarrassed and I had to do some action to the former executive member and the CCO because of the same problem, Chair.
But then the current should do better.
Chair, I've noted it and we'll do something on the same.
No, Governor, Papana. You know, you are familiar to us because you are a member of parliament. But that is not how this county should be run.
Chair.
Senator Samburu.
Chair, the officer just informed the committee that out of the 800 million, 500 million is owed to staff as statutory deductions. And you said that for the month of May and June. So do you want to tell us that the statutory deductions for the month of June is 500 million?
It was as at the end of the financial year 23-24. And we had not received next checker.
So you're saying you've not been paying your statutory deductions from the beginning of the financial year until June?
No, we have been paying.
So what is this 500 million statutory deductions? It's for which months?
It is cumulative.
It's a historical figure.
It's cumulative.
Okay.
Statutory deductions. But you've just proven to us that the gap was fairly small.
Yes, yes.
In fact, it was 10 million at the end of the year. So now we have 800 million. On some of the, perhaps we didn't look at taxes, but NHIF, NSSF, you have explained very well.
Yes, sir.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So it cannot amount to 800 million.
Yes, it's not 800.
So, Chair, out of the 800 million, you said part of it was for salaries for May and June.
Yes.
How much was paid as salaries for May and June? Then you subtract from 800 million. How much did you pay for May and June? That particular year.
Our salary normally is around 250,000 a million every month.
So out of the 800 million, we reduce 500 million. And so the staff payables now would read 300 million. Is that what you're saying? And remember, you are answering on behalf of the governor, and the governor is under oath. And you know the consequences of lying under oath.
I would say the staff deduction payable as at end of the year 23-24 was 500 and something there.
Did you make this explanation to the auditor during the time of audit?
Yes, we provided.
Now, you have said up to now, up to March 2025, you have paid verified pending bills of 121,866,420. Is it part of the remaining amount from this 800 million? Or this one is part of 1.37 million?
The amount paid 121 is part of the 1.3 billion.
So you have not paid?
It is part of the verified pending bills.
What about the 800? How much has been paid?
Let me check the figure.
You have two bills, staff payables and payables to contractors.
Yes.
1.3 and 800. So
Yes.
out of the 800, how much has been paid?
Let me check the
Because
current.
the governor has only reported 121. Governor, this information cannot be sitting on somebody's phone. This is institutional information that you should ask for and you should have. Siwe unajua money at the personal level, don't you know?
Yes, I understand, Chair, I know. But you see, Chair, when we are employing them, we advertise generally, and we have public service board which conducts these interviews. But I'm wondering what is not happening, Chair.
No, Governor. This is the most basic information that a governor, not the officer, that a governor should have. And that's why I started by asking whether there was that disclosure. That's where the problem started. They didn't disclose in the financial statements.
Your phone.
Is it on your phone, or it is verified and reviewed by the auditor?
It is because it is verified, because 800, 170, 135 was the pending payables as at the year 23-24. We have paid 251, 512, 272, remaining with a balance of 548, 657, 862.
So you have not paid salaries for June 2023, 2024?
No, we paid.
Because you said of the 800, you had 2 months of salaries, which was 250 per month. So for the 2 months, it was 500 million. So if you've only paid 251 million out of the 800 million, it means that your staff have not been paid for the month of June 2024.
No, the remaining 548 caters for the 2 salaries.
What do you mean? You have said you have paid 251 out of 800.
Yes, but this was the statutory, but we had 2 salaries.
My friend, you have told us 800 million was outstanding staff payables. You have told us it included 2 months of salaries.
Yes.
And we have rounded it off to 500 million.
Yes.
You are telling us to date, out of the 800 million, you have paid 251 million. Is that your statement?
Yes, sir.
So you have only paid 251 million out of the 800 million. Are we still together? Ideally, for you to have paid the salaries for May and June, at least you should have paid 500 million of the 800 million.
We are not owed May and June salaries for that financial year.
Did you just say that when you close the year with staff payables of 800 million, it included unpaid salaries for 2 months? Didn't you say that?
I said that.
Have the salaries for the 2 months been paid to staff?
Chair, I want to correct. It is a payable salary of June only, and not June and May. Sorry.
Governor, go and put your house in order. Go and put your house in order. Make sure that we are portraying... your senator here is a very thorough man. A very, very thorough man and a very able vice chair to this committee. A man we hold in high esteem. The county must also match the impression that the senator provides.
Thank you, Chair. Also, Chair, I'm up to the task. You know, when you say about...
No, I don't have a... I started by saying that we have been friends while you are in Parliament, so...
Even now we are friends, Chair. You know, when you talk, that is up to the task, and you know he wants governorship. So, definitely he's going to take it out of me.
Oh, that's why you are agitated.
Yeah.
Chair, protect me from the governor.
I didn't understand those dynamics. Senator Waruma, should I withdraw my... No, but whether he wants to be a governor or not, it does not take away the fact that he is a man we respect in the Senate. It does not take that away. But what I'm trying to say is...
Let me just ask Chair this question.
Yeah.
That for these pending bills, the executive is supposed to produce or to provide a repayment plan. Now, looking at the management response, they're indicating that the verified pending bills are 1.3 billion, and the county government has submitted a payment plan of pending bills to the control of budget of 209,977,511.76 shillings. I want to note here if this figure is arbitrary or it is derived from a particular point, and why they are not providing a payment plan for the 1.3 billion. Because then you can say in this budget we would pay 200 million, but in the subsequent budget for the 2025-2026 financial year would be able to pay this much. For 2026-2027 financial year would pay this much. Why are they providing only the payment plan for 209 million? Where is this 209 million coming from? Is it arbitrary or it's derived from some mathematics?
Yes, Governor? You may... Huh?
On pending bill.
Yes, please.
Okay. Governor, in note 20 of financial statements, in these unionizable employees, one, does it include limitation of remittance of statutory deductions? Number two, this construction of buildings, is it inclusive of your own residents, including of your deputy? And can you provide us with a schedule that totals to this 1.3 billion, so that, like the way Chair yesterday Samburu gave us a breakdown, although some of the claims were fictitious, the breakdown of the entire total amount? And we get the breakdown so that if it is XYZ company that did ECD, they are being owed maybe 100,000 or 200. Can we get a schedule? Chair, those are my three questions.
Okay. Governor, you may respond first to the question raised by Senator Maruma.
Through Chair, honorable members, including my Senate, it's true, we actually committed to a committee for reviewing pending bills. And this task I gave it to my executive member for finance, but I'm assuring you, in that construction, governor doesn't have a house or even the deputy governor. It is actually meant for the county government, for the people of Taita Taveta County. So maybe our executive member.
The governor's is official residence is.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like that. Even office itself for
I'm
the
saying
governor.
on governor, just get my question, sorry, Chair, through you. When you say constructions of building that is being owed 357 million, apart from ECD and youth polytechnics, does buildings include county headquarters, deputy governors, governors' residence?
We don't. No, it doesn't include.
These buildings.
It doesn't include the governor's office. It doesn't include.
Which buildings are these through the chair?
Let him give you exactly the buildings. Executive.
That totals to 357. Governor, before you give over, there is a question I had asked. In these 800 million plus, does it include statutory remittances?
Through Chair, honorable member, actually we inherited quite a number of bills. So some of those are also statutory deductions. But at the moment, we've been trying to reduce them according to exactly what my senator has just said. And that at this time we should be
statutory deducted through the chair. How many in these 800 million? Because the governor, I'm asking the question through the chair, is you'll be penalized if you delay in statutory remittance. So how many is being owed to the supposed to be statutory remittances through here?
Maybe the executive member for finance can give us the.
Governor, why did you give us the schedule totaling to 1.3 billion and 800 million? Was that provided to the OAG through the chair? Did you see that amounts to 1.3 billion and 800 million? No, Chair, with this era of ghost workers, we need to be precise.
Chair, the schedule for 1.3 billion was provided during the audit process. That's why we have not questioned about the schedule. The only question that...
No, Auditor.
I thought you were given the schedule by Samburu.
Auditor, you gave us a brief earlier. And remember, I asked for that schedule. and it is not there. We have asked the county to show us where it is. They cannot show us.
Correct.
What we have is a summary.
Correct.
What we have here is a summary,
Yes.
an analysis.
Note number 20,
an analysis of pending accounts payable.
Yes.
Then we also have analysis of pending staff payables, which you yourself, you have queried that it is not broken down to know who the beneficiaries are.
Correct.
And that is what the county is struggling to respond to.
Correct.
So to the question raised by Senator Cherargei, I think it has been asked and there is no answer.
Okay.
And that is what brought us to that conclusion where the governor intervened. Now, Auditor, you must insist on the same standards across all counties. In other counties, that schedule is provided so that it's all broken down. We cannot accept an explanation from an officer looking at his phone telling us that this is who was paid and this is what is... that's not how to run public affairs. So on this issue of pending bills, I think we must ask you to do a more detailed, in-depth analysis in line with the recommendations that we have made. But what we have here is not satisfactory, it is not professional. You cannot, Governor, be referring to the phone for such important things as liabilities that are due to the county. Patrick.
It's true, Chairman, but allow me, Chairman, because we are now talking about statutory deductions, which were now included in the pending bills. There's an issue that we dealt with in paragraph number 4 on NHIF, where there was sort of a dispute whether NHIF contribution by the employee is supposed to be matched with that of the employee. Chairman, we have looked at the law with the legal person, and it's a requirement that the employer does a matching to what the employee has been deducted.
On NHIF?
NHIF, Chairman.
So your observation was valid?
It is valid, Chairman. This is on section 16, which amended section 15 of the NHIF Act, Amendment Act of 2022.
Yeah, so it means that we... No, just a minute. Okay. It means that we need to reframe our directives on that.
It's true, Chairman.
But in light of that variance in interpretation of the law, I think let's stick to what we recommended, that you do a deeper analysis, considering that NHIF has been wound down, and report to us on that. So,
Chairman.
So that we don't revisit that conversation.
That's okay, Chairman.
Okay.
Maybe as an exit is then the county should provide with us the schedule as per your direction. Then the AG can verify, because my worry is a number of entities, like for example Samburu yesterday, when the OAG had went through, but when we went and Patrick was here, we noticed anomalies in some of the pending bills. So can we see the schedule? If it is Mwadime being owed 100,000 for doing an ECT, I'm using as an example, then we need to know, so that the county, a small county like Taita, which the senator went on his knees to beg us for 406 million, 4.5, is being owed 2 billion. More than counties which are like Homa Bay, which are virtually below $1 billion. So, Chair, I think there is something that meets the eye. So we need to look at the schedule. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Muruba.
In fact, Chair, the governor has alluded to some task force report, which he has mentioned. If it is here, you might want to consider getting it for the sake of looking at this query. Because issues of pending bills, we've taken them very seriously. Across all the counties, not only for Taita Taveta. So if you have that task force report, Chair, you may require that it be tabled so that we can see the schedule of pending bills. And if it helps us in giving an aging analysis of the pending bills, the better.
No, Governor.
Chair, I've made some observations.
You have Appendix 6. What is it about? Because my team is asking questions. You have referred to Appendix 6, unless your team is not aware of what is in your annexures. But Senator Gataya, please
Chair,
go on.
I've made some observations, and there is some serious disconnect between the governor and his team, even on very primary issues that are supposed to be addressed even primarily between the OAG and the executive. I think there is a very serious disconnect between the two entities.
Yeah, and that is why audit is, there is the corrective measures, and then there are also the punitive measures that we must put in place. In Appendix 6, I'm seeing very small print, which you're saying is a pending accounts payable prepared in PS, Public Sector Accounting Standard Board requirements. But that ought to have been attached to the financial statements. Now, the way it is presented, we can't make sense out of it until the Auditor General reviews it. So I think, Senator Maruma, if you find this useful, we ask the Auditor General in the in-year audit to do a more thorough analysis, but we must reprimand the county government. They show that I've seen where people are referring to important figures of liabilities on phone without providing proper official documentation is not acceptable. It is not acceptable. So we can allow the OAG to deal with this comprehensively?
Yeah, but also disaggregate the account payables so that we get to know what are impressed owed to the employees, what are statutory deductions, and so on. Let them be disaggregated and that aging analysis be given.
Okay, so if we agree on that, I want us to move a bit faster. There are issues of construction of roads, and allow me to just pen them for a while and we go to mining operations. Mining operations.
Thank you, Chair. 3.0, 3.1, unlicensed mining sites. Records maintained indicate that the county had 161 mining sites located in the 4 sub-counties, registered between 1997 and 2020. However, there was no evidence provided to confirm whether mining licenses had been granted to 158 companies as per Section 181 of the Mining Act of 2016, which states that the Cabinet Secretary will not grant a license unless the applicant has submitted site plans, mitigation and rehabilitation or mine closure plans, and that the mining permits issued were renewed as required by Section 142(1) of the Mining Act number 12 of 2016, which states that the term of the renewal of a mining permit is to be specified in the permit but not to exceed 5 years or the remaining life of the mine, whichever is the shorter. Further, there was no evidence that the county had complied with Section 102(2) of the Mining Act 2016, which requires submission and approval of an environmental and social impact assessment report, an environmental management plan for the duration of the mining license to the National Environment Management Authority before licensing. In the circumstances, management was in breach of the law. Should I continue 3.2, Chair?
Fine, yeah, go to 3.2 so that we deal with the issues.
3.2, and disclosed information on volume and revenue generated from mining. Review of mining records provided shows that quantities of minerals generated and revenues paid to the government on the mining and mineral related activities was not disclosed, contrary to Section 119(3) of the Mining Act 2016, which requires regulations made to provide accountable and transparent mechanisms of reporting mining and mineral related activities, including revenues paid to the government by mineral rights holders and production volumes under each license or permit. Further, the details of community development agreement where the mining operations were being carried out was not provided, contrary to Section 1091 of Mining Act 2016, which requires a mining license holder to sign a community development agreement where mining operations are to be carried out as prescribed by the regulations. Additionally, 29 mining companies in Voi sub-county did not indicate the category of mineral being mined, as is required of Section 79(2) of the Mining Act 2016, which requires keeping of records and details of minerals discovered, results of geochemical or geophysical analysis obtained, financial statements and books of accounts. In the circumstances, management was in breach of the law.
Governor, what was your response on these mining operations issues?
The county government does not issue the mining licenses to miners that they have applied to Ministry of Mining to receive their mining licenses. And I can call my officer for mining to expound exactly what happens in mining, Jimmy Mtao.
So you state your name and your responsibility for answered purposes.
Thank you, Chair, and also thank you, Your Excellency, our Governor. Let me start with the first question, which, of course, 3.1, which talks about issues to do with licenses. So truly, we have noted the query, and as the Governor said, it is the responsibility of the Cabinet Secretary to issue mining licenses and also what we call mining permits. And actually, this has been enshrined under, of course, the Constitution, that is Schedule 4, paragraph 22, which talks about that the mining department has not been devolved as such. And we also have...
Governor, you see, I'm giving you an opportunity to tell the Senate what you would like the Senate to do to help you in this matter. I am very clear in my mind that this query relates to the national government. It is not a county government thing. However, it cannot be proper that people are mining rubies and all sorts of rare minerals in Taita Taveta and you are a spectator. And yet you head a government. So this is not a query for you to be defensive. It is a query for you to tell the Senate that this is the injustice that has been committed to the counties, particularly Taita Taveta. The licenses are paid for in Nairobi, nothing comes down. The proceeds from royalties are kept in Nairobi, nothing comes down. Taita Taveta was supposed to have gotten some 55 million in the last schedule of allocation. It disappeared. Kwale was supposed to get 1.2 billion or something. It disappeared. Now, these are the conversations we want to have in the Senate. Those ones of receipts are not very appetizing conversations. So this one, tell us as a CEO and as a man who understands what happens in that space, what is it that you think we should do?
Chair, just on the same as you're saying, you know, there are terms which are used also in mining, pegging and mining location. All the counties who have minerals, you ask their community, what is pegging? Even educated one, they don't understand what is the meaning of pegging, which implies the national government has never gone. You know, if you go to areas where, like my honorable senator, tea is and the coffee is, it's really talked about. But on mining, even the community themselves, they always see people coming with the licenses because they talk terms which nobody understands, which implies national government does not even care about the communities who are staying with those men. So to me, according to my recommendation, I feel mining, the better part should be actually devolved, because that's where the activity takes place. Like just recently, our mineral called Savorite, that is the one which actually our community normally assists themselves with, the economic activity. It has already made as a strategic mineral, which implies if you are selling it, you have to come to the national office is when you are selling. So there are many things which went wrong on the the side of mining on devolution, because governors, they don't have that much power. Most of the power is with the national government.
Chair, in fact, they have.
Senator Maru?
The county government has, because the environmental impact assessment report must be approved by the county governments. If there are many activities that are taking place in the county, you have enforcement officers who can stop until the licensing is done. There's so much that the county can do. Unless you want us to assist you in any other way, but the county has a lot to do. If there's any license that has been given without a NEMA report signed by the county government, then that is an infraction of the law.
But Senator, maybe also to help us understand, if the county signs an environmental report, is it just signing or there's a revenue element to it?
There's a revenue.
Is there a revenue to it?
But NEMA is the one which actually takes the money. NEMA. I'm agreeable to my senator that there's some areas. But you see, right now what is happening, all the licenses, they're not coming out from the Minister of Money. Those ones which were did long time ago, they're the ones which are existing. So far, it is there. County governments can be they can really do something. But at the moment, there's nothing. Because all the time we hear cadastral maps are being aligned. And they're being aligned for very many years. Even up to this moment, nothing has been done so far. In fact, licenses for the new ones, none has been given. In fact, the other day, yesterday, it was, desertification and the drought day. And fortunately, I had 3 cabinet secretaries who came to my county. And when they came, I was talking to them, and the NEMA was part and parcel of it. My own people over there, when they're doing in NEMA, communities, they're complaining. NEMA does not give them certificates to move on. So those ones, they don't, in fact, reach even the county government for the communities. They are stopped at some level. But the ones which actually, they are there before, they're the ones which are still existing.
Senator Chirage, what was the intervention?
Chair, I've been on this thing on mining for long. The reading of Mining Act of 2015 and mining regulations of 2016, the counties have little role. I think we need to amend. And the Mining Act, when you have a mining permit, you are not supposed to have community development agreements, only mining license. And those powers are only exercised by the Minister of Mining. And therefore, I think even in the local content, in terms of 70, 20, and 10, the counties are always left at the mercy. They don't get that. The 70 went to national, but when it comes to 2010, 22, they don't get it, and even to counties. So I think, Governor, what you should be proposing is the review of the law to give you power to issue mining licenses, because I know, like Nandi, Taita Taveta are largely part of former Eastern Province and Coast, and also in Migori in your Nyanza region. I think, Chair, on this matter of mining, we'll never get through until we do an inquiry to a number of counties. And therefore, since looking at the issues that I wish the governor would be listening, because I'm defending you for the first time. I've never defended a government.
No, it's not for the first time. Yes, I was listening to during the debate in the plenary on this affirmative action for countries who are getting less than 6 billion, the 11 countries.
They only listen to us when you're talking about money. It's the only time they listen to us.
So, Chair, what I'm proposing, because if you were to ask me on these 2 issues that have been raised for auditor, we might take the whole day. What I'm proposing, because I know the dynamics of mining, the challenges, why don't we isolate the counties that have similar problems like Migori, Nandi, Taita, and then open an inquiry into all this, and even invite the minister, so that we ask the rationale and reasoning behind that the issue of mining license and mining permit should and must be retained, because the formation of county development agreements, The law gives you power to nominate some individuals, but it is the CS who gazettes them as per the regulation. So why don't we open an inquiry detailed? Because, Chair, this is a multi-billion dollar enterprise called mining. For some of us who are in mining sector, up to Tanzania, I can tell you is one of the biggest multi-billion dollar enterprise. That if you today you were to do an inquiry, you will be shocked with how people are making billions of dollars. Yet the governor cannot get even 1 shilling or even 51 million that goes. And Nandi, you are getting like 30 billion. But for example, in Nandi, as I conclude, in Kerebe Gold Mine, the turnover within 3 to 4 financial years was $2 billion US. 200 million US dollars. That is a turnover of 2 billion. And they were paying KRA 200 million, but they are not giving to count anything, even the local development.
The mining, that's why it has been very deliberate for the national government to retain that exercise at the national level. So I think it is upon us as a Senate to make some registration on how we are supposed now to safeguard the interests of counties, because they are the custodians, they are the owners of these sites and so forth. So I think we must make it very clear, ourselves very clear on that matter. Because even the Rakaditi, we have those mining deposits that have been exploited from the national and non-local. Actually, even the surrounding area the people are very poor. The schools are very dilapidated.
Yes.
So I think it's something that we're supposed to have a conversation as a Senate, as a House.
Yeah, we also had some recommendations which we did there with the Chief Finance Officer, Lands and Mining. The one you wanted to read, maybe you can give us time, he reads them. Just only 1 minute.
No, what we could do, for purposes of time and maybe for conscious of other health related issues, because I want us to finalize this quickly, we go with the recommendation of Senator Cherargei so that we have a proper inquest into this matter. Because this is the only way we can unlock money for you. That money that was in the schedule, the 50-something million, it should have come to you. It was paid to the government decided to use it.
Maybe through chair also, there is this thing, some counties, like in our county, over 62% of our land is with the national park. But the law is being used in, like, for example, you go to Narok, they are getting their money reserve. Amboseli was, but our county 62%, and we actually, President gave a directive to the relevant departments so that we can get something out of 50-50. But it has been kept quiet. The presidential directive was given early last year, but up to now, nothing is happening. I wish as Senate, maybe you can assist us by intervening on the same.
Do you think we can do an inquiry on mining as well as natural resources, benefit sharing from mining and natural resources from the revenue perspective? No, we are doing it from a revenue perspective because, you see,
we are doing the revenue perspective.
It is here on the report of the Auditor General, so it gives us an entry point.
Because, Chair, I sit in ICT and we were doing based on the automation. So it means we can do as a public accounts committee, because in ICT we were just doing based on whether
the automation.
Yes, automation. But on this one we can say natural resources, because mining and also wildlife and other, because benefit sharing we can do jointly, including even following up it with Narok, because Narok and Kajiado, the transition that there was a directive given by government is yet to benefit, for example, the running and revenue of, and you remember the scandal of Moja in Masai Mara National Park, and now you have had the governor 62% is under National Park, so they should be getting something to boost their own source of revenue so that they don't come and beg during the revenue formula.
And they don't have to take money from other counties to
come and boost Taita. If they are given a share of what is happening in national parks, their own source revenue will quietly improve.
Very big.
Yeah.
Senator Mwaruma.
But the president is your president. You should take advantage also whenever he comes.
No, he had promised us, but he has not been able to make sure that his edict is fulfilled. But for us who are here, I've approached the legal department of the Senate, and we wanted to see how then we can leverage on Section 37 of Wildlife Management Act, which says then national parks can be downgraded to national reserve what are they called? Game reserves, yeah. But they are saying that it has to emanate from the county. The same way, if you want a town to be given city status, that proposal has to come from the county, then you escalate it to the Senate, and a motion is done and passed, then that town is given city status. So the same way, if you want our SAVO, or to get part of the SAVO, the county government can start that motion, maybe through the executive, passing a cabinet memo, they go to the assembly, that motion is passed, then they give that communication to the Senate, and we do a motion on the same, and if it is passed, then we can start pushing for the implementation of that motion. That can suffice. But Chair, there's this query here, which I'm interested in, 3.2.
Yes.
Which is talking about revealing of mining records that showed the quantities of minerals generated and revenues paid to the government. Governor, why didn't you reveal these records? Yet I know the county government is getting some money. Previously, in terms of cess from transportation of iron ore and quartz, the auditors are saying you didn't reveal if you're getting anything. Yet I know revenue from minerals form part of our revenue streams. Unless you're saying now we're not having revenue streams from minerals. The auditor is making a finding that we are not having any revelation. And at one point we used to have a way bridge for iron ore that is being transported. Do we still have that way bridge?
Okay, address those very specific matters. The policy issues we'll discuss at a later inquest. Disclosure and the way bridge.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Again, if we go to the mining regulations and also the Mining Act 2016, it gives the Cabinet Secretary to reveal this information, not responsibility of the county government.
Weighbridge?
Sorry?
The second question on the weighbridge?
Yeah, I'm talking about the cess. Are you still getting cess from transportation of quartz and iron ore? Because the auditor is making a finding that you did not reveal what you're getting.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Of course, the mining department in the county has been collecting some revenue in that aspect. That is collecting from those people who are transporting, the miners who are transporting these materials to respective areas where they are taking it. And of course, we'll ensure that we kind of line to the law, that is so that we can improve our source revenue in that aspect.
That is futuristic.
Yes,
what is saying, you did not disclose what your senator is asking. We want to know who is eating that money, because you didn't disclose.
Maybe through Chair, our Honorable Senator, maybe as the question, the person who is to be the revenue director is Nganga. Maybe he can tell us exactly what is to happen there.
Thank you, Chair. On revenue, on mining, financial year 2023-2024, Samduda had closed, and we were not getting any revenue from mining.
There was nothing at all?
Yeah, there was
even
nothing.
From CES?
No, there was nothing. Because he was not operating.
He's operating now?
He has not received a license.
Okay. Yeah. Lastly, Chair, for me, Governor, we have to be very careful, because previously we used to follow up our revenues on the iron ore, so that when one ship is being exported, it used to carry 58,000 tons, and so would work backwards and know the revenue that is owed to our county by the Treasury. But this time there is value addition within the country of iron ore. It means then we have to be vigilant to make sure that whatever iron ore is leaving the mining sites is measured so that we can also calculate our revenues that we expect from whatever is sold. Same for quartz. Quartz is used within the country to make glass. We must have a way of measuring it to ensure that whatever revenues we get can be comparable to what is given to us by the national government.
Senator, you mean that so iron ore used to be exported, but now it is being processed
There's
locally.
a plant that is being built in Taita Taveta.
Is that the DEFCI plant? Or
Yes, the DEFCI plant.
Okay.
And even the exportation, the excise duty is so high, just to make sure that, to bar the exportation of iron ore, to make sure that is used within the country.
And yet, not even a shilling trickles back to the county of Taita Taveta.
Still under construction, they've not started operating, but it's something which I've noticed.
No, Governor, leave alone the process, the smelting of operation. But already people are getting iron ore from the earth, from Taita Taveta.
At the moment, not yet, because they are waiting for the storage facilities for the iron ore by the DEVIC. Once they finalize, it's immediately they will start.
There is nobody doing it even for export at the moment?
No, at the moment, okay.
Nobody is doing it now.
At the moment, there's nobody. In fact, as we are talking today, Kishushu also used to have a lot of problems. In fact, it's tomorrow where different factions have been complaining to each other. I think they are settling tomorrow. And then after they settle down, maybe David can start now maybe taking from them.
So, sorry, the 161 mining sites in the 4 sub-counties, your officer said that there was absolutely nothing that came from that revenue stream. And yet you have 161 mining sites. Are they active?
Apart from what our senator has just said on CES, we did never get anything.
And do you have CDAC, Community Development Agreement committees for the other big mining sites? Because I think we had for some rural resources. What about the one in Matati? What about the one in Kasigau? Do you have them in place?
Yeah, through Chair, our Honorable Senator, yeah, we have them. We have about 5 of them, community development committees for mining. We have them.
Senator Chiraki.
When was it gazetted? Can you provide evidence of those CDS, because they are normally gazetted? And as a county under the Mining Act, did you give out the names that were put in the gazette notice?
The gazettement takes place from the ministry.
So,
but this one,
gazetted?
I think they gazetted because it's something when I was a member of parliament. It's almost maybe 2020, 2021 when they requested those names from the ministry.
But Governor is critical because the cost benefit sharing is that 10% goes to those CDS in those villages and is assist them. The law provides that they do for upgrade of hospitals and other social functions. So I thought it is in your interest to know whether they are gazetted or not.
No, Honorable Senator, it is true, but you see, in our area, Taita Taveta, we just only have this industrial mining is the one for Devik, but these other ones are for the gemstones. And you know, gemstones, most of the licenses are not yet covered.
No, I agree, Chair. You are not getting what your senator said under the mining rules. And I don't know whether you came, I heard you have a legal counsel, or was it a county attorney? He should be better. So is he sleeping on the job? Because the mining rules are very clear that all CDS must be gazetted. And I'm asking as the governor through the chair, are you aware of gazettement of these CDS? Because it is critical that they'll get the 10% to spur the growth of social basic amenities at the lowest level. Because you have told your senator there are 5. So I want to confirm there are 5. They must be gazetted. Are you aware whether they are gazetted or not?
Okay, maybe Honorable Senator, me what I know, there's one, if you remember bridges, who is to deal with sovereignty. That is the only one which had a problem, and had to know because they had included members which were not coming from Taita Taveta
But they were gazetted.
So that was the only one which had issues.
Then, Chair, I think what is coming out is out of the 5, 1 is only gazetted, and the legal counsel should have guided you based on this. How long has your legal counsel been in office?
I was elected the Honorable Senator.
Since you are elected?
Yes.
There's something, Governor, you've said which I want just to follow through. You said that you already almost know who is going to get the mining license for the iron ore, and you mentioned the DevKey. You know that's dangerous because if he gets the mining license and is the one that is doing the smelting, then what happens to the smallholder mining people who want to mine? Will he buy from them? So he'll just buy from his smelt his own. What type of agreements would you have to ensure that as he mines and does value addition, also the smallholder miners are able to sell to him at high enough prices?
Through Chair, Honorable Senator, I think he misunderstood me. Tomorrow I've said there are 3 committees. There is one which was led by Shete, there's one which was led by Kidai, and then there's one which was led by Matila. And all of them, they've been complaining. But according to the Ministry of Cooperative, you know, Kidai, he was the one who was actually looking to be. But some of these other groups, they went to court. So after tomorrow, when they sit down, is when now we can be able to know who is going to be given the license for the mining. But at the moment, we don't know who is going to be given the license. After the 3 groups sit together, and which the executive member for agriculture who is here, he's going to the one to look for that 3 groups meeting tomorrow, so that they can at least understand each other.
Fine. Senior counsel, maybe as when a function has not been clearly assigned to any of the levels of government, what is usually the assumption? Because in the US, the argument has always been that the federal government does what is assigned to it, and anything that is not assigned to the federal government goes to the states. What is the jurisprudence here? Because I'm looking for mining in the 4th schedule. It is not there. So what would be the interpretation?
Mining is not devolved. It's a national government function.
Where is it? I mean, it ought to be listed in the schedule. Mm-hmm. The national government will say it is theirs because the money is there. Mm-hmm. But show me in the schedule where we have specifically said mining is a function of the national government.
Or natural resources.
Sorry?
Thank you, Chair. If you go to the Constitution of Kenya, of course, the 4th schedule,
yes.
Go to part 1, paragraph 22.
Yes.
Protection of the environment and natural resources with a view to establishing a durable and sustainable system of development, including, is that the one you're referring to?
I think that is the part whereby...
including in particular fishing, and remember fishery is for county, fishing is for national, hunting and gathering, protection of animals and wildlife, water protection, securing sufficient residual water, hydraulic engineering and the safety of dams, and energy policy. So where does mining sit in any of those subsections?
I think if I have to interpret it clearly, it sits under issues to do with the environment. But they have not mentioned specifically.
Mining is an economic activity.
Yeah.
It's not just about environmental protection. It's a good conversation to have.
I think now that it's missing, I'm just thinking loud. Now that it is missing, and it's a trade, is it not a trade? Mining is a trade. And the trading licenses are under county governments. Maybe we should be innovative and sneak something there. because now that it's not clearly provided, we assume it is excluded from national government, and we push it to counties for trade licenses. I think we have been talking about licenses missing here. Yeah? Why can't we amend the law and take licensing to the counties? Anybody dissatisfied can go to court.
So that could be part of the recommendations out of inquiry.
Yeah, we make the recommendation and amend the law and make it under the county governments. Because they get licenses, we assume those licenses are for trading. Yeah? And yes, that's the best thing we should do.
Let's call different players. Let's look at different jurisdictions. For certain, in the US, the battle between federal and states is that the federal government only does that which it is assigned. Anything that is not assigned to it is assumed to be a responsibility of the states.
Now, in this one, we should say trading and licensing is assigned to the counties. So we're just trying to say, if you are coming to do trading in our, if you are coming to do any trade in our county, you should get a license from the county government. Yeah, that should, anybody challenging the constitution, Governor Mwadime and others can look for good lawyers.
It's a function of the national government.
Where is it defined?
Article 186, sub-article 3.
186?
186. Sub-article
186, 3.
Yes.
On that, in the US, it's the opposite.
Yes, a function which has not been assigned to any government, it is assumed to be a function of the national government. It reads that a function or power not assigned by this constitution or national legislation to a county is a function or power of the national government.
But we can use the national legislation. Because it says a function or power not assigned by this constitution or national legislation to a county is a function or power of the national government. So we can use the national legislation.
Yeah, it's just
so that will form basis of our recommendations upon completion of inquiry.
You know, we would do counties such a big favor, especially because Senator, doesn't Samburu have minerals? I believe Samburu has plenty of minerals. If we can deal with this matter and bring it and make it a national conversation. Yes, Malcolm.
Chair, perhaps I would bring the attention of the committee to Article 62(1), which reads that public land is all 1F.
Sorry, which one are you reading?
Article 62. Public land is all 1F. Public land is all minerals and mineral oils as defined in law, as read together with Article 62(2). Public land shall vest in and be held by a county government in trust for the people resident in the county and shall be administered on their behalf by the National Land Commission if it is classified under Clause 1A, C, D, or E, or 1B, or other land held or used or occupied by a national state organ.
So, Malcolm, what you're saying is that minerals and mineral oils are defined as public land, which vest in and are held by a county government.
Actually, they don't, by dint of 62(2), they don't actually vest in county government because as it's the rider is that if it is classified under 1A, C, D, or E, and 1B, so it doesn't vest in county government.
We can have these clever conversations in a formal inquiry.
And Chair, remember West Pokot is crisis. I think a number of mines have collapsed, where the people are now mining on their own.
And when they collapse, it is a governor who is expected to come to sort out the problems. Right. I've seen it in Migori and several other places.
Artisanal mining in West Pokot, and people are now what we call gold rush, not gold diggers, but gold rush. They are now going to those. So there is a crisis that we must take a lead, because now Article is it 186, 3 and 4, and now Article 62, so that we provide clarity on, because according to me and Senior Counsel, economic activity is a trade. Mining is an economic activity and should fall under the purview of a trade because it's an economic activity. Even when you go to Tanzania, it is based on an economic trade or an activity. You go to Congo, you know, these countries that have minerals, I've seen Mali also are setting up a factory. So when you see the definition on how they are in international fora, and when I attended a meeting on mining in Ethiopia, in Addis Ababa, where they engage based on as a trade, an economic activity. They don't engage as an issue of environmental. So it means in economic activity.
And just taking from what your line of thought, Governor, does it mean the people who come to buy green garnet don't have any permit, any business permit? Because they are doing a business permit. They are doing business. Somebody selling green garnet, selling savorite. You know, if you are selling mandazi, there's a business permit by the county government. Don't we have any permits, business permit, trading license for the mineral, for the minerals?
No, there's a license, but it comes from the...
It comes from... Well, that is mining license.
No, there's
what
also,
about the trading?
There's also trading license from the ministry.
No. They open a shop. Let me just give a perspective.
No, I'm talking as a miner. I personally am a miner. That license
you mine minerals.
Yes, from
you know you can mine many things anyway.
No, I mean minerals. I'm a miner. I'm a miner of many years.
Is actually, you find people selling savorite.
Yes, savorite.
You go to Voi, you find people selling savorite. Why can't you insist that they have licenses? Trading licenses as part of revenue, because Mandazi,
Senator Mwaruma, if today I open a Tanzanite shop or granite shop somewhere in Taita Taveta in Voi, then the fact that I operate a small shop to sell, does it mean the county does not need to give me trading license? The fact that I have mining license.
No, that one we do.
It will be a single business permit.
Yes.
Just a single business permit.
That one is exactly. But you see, there's a special mining license also alongside that one we charge.
But there is one that you issue at
the county.
Okay.
Yeah, we cannot just allow you to start business without. But most of the people who sell these minerals, you know,
let us finish the.
They are briefcase, briefcase business.
Remember, Governor, you are saying that other than getting the mining license, the function of giving trading license is vested in the counties.
Yes.
Huh?
No, in the personally.
No, do you give any trading license to people?
We do, but those ones we give after somebody has mined everything. Land he wants now to open, let's say, a mining shop within our count.
Let's do the inquiry.
Even vending. Like if you're selling mandazi without a shop, so you're also told, please bring something.
Yeah, that's what we do. For those who do that, they have business, we do give the licenses in the county. But there are most of the business through briefcase. And those who have briefcase, they have licenses from the ministry.
Let us do an inquiry.
I think it's important for us to do this formally in a structured way.
CC Lands wanted to volunteer some information.
CC Lands.
Okay, to add on what the governor has said, we produce single business permit for the miners in the category if you're doing a large scale mining, small scale mining and artisanal miners. So that one we produce if they come with the mining license.
So what do you define large scale, small scale? Is it by turnover or by what's the definition?
Okay, the Act defines maybe the area, the type of mineral, and the materials that the equipments that you're using to mine. Maybe if it's large scale, how many excavator, small scale, how many maybe.
See, let me assist you. The law provides for the mining permit and mining license. So when it comes to mining permit, there are those artisanal mining. But when it comes to license, is a large scale mining that has been provided by the law. I think that is the difference.
Kibet,
so roughly, how much do they pay?
Okay, for the large scale mining is 500,000, for the small scale is 35,000, and for the artisanal is 25,000 per year, renewable.
Payable to the county government?
Yes.
OAG, you will, because we might not have time to go into the details of the receipt of revenue, but as we had discussed earlier during our briefing, or any issue that we will not have addressed today, you'll carry them forward to the next audit cycle. And you can also try to do that analysis and confirm that that revenue is coming. Now, to the clerks, we have said this over and over again. Please do a concept note to guide us in that inquiry, so that during that quiet period when counties and the auditors are on the ground doing the audits, we can do an inquiry on that particular subject. If we needed justification, the justification is here. It came from the Auditor General's report in the county of Taita Taveta.
Through Chair, this is something important maybe you have forgotten. Maybe you can also be compelling the national government to be paying the land rates. You know, the other day I was suggesting like our county in Taita Taveta National Park, because we're not getting anything. If we get the land rate of that area, it should give us good money, something like that.
So yeah, we can find a way of crafting it around optimization of revenue for county governments.
But Chairman, before we do that, do you have correspondences between the county government and the national government where they are requesting for that payment or compelling the national government to pay? Because that would be a good starting point, so that if you raise a statement or a petition in the Senate to invite the CS Treasury, then we'll be having some evidence that somebody, the county government of Taita Taveta, has requested for their due, what is due to them, but the national government is not paying. That would be a good, very good starting point.
Is there any documentation?
You just have only the documentation of 50-50. This one we have noted it, and we are going to implement it very soon.
Okay. Honorable members, there is one matter that I need very, very quick responses on from the county government. Incomplete, stalled and abandoned projects. Let's go to that audit observation. Governor, this one will go very quickly. There was a rice milling plant which was incomplete. The rice milling machine was installed, and yet doors had not been installed on the plant. Quite absurd that you'd put in a machine in a facility without doors. Safety of the machine could therefore not be guaranteed, and definitely for an expenditure of 24.6 million, there is no value for money. Is this rice milling plant complete and in use? Governor.
The county government has an established monitoring and evaluation unit in place, and the executive member for public works, I think he can expound more on this.
Governor, I thought you'd start by telling us that the door has been installed.
That the door has been fixed, then we end there.
No, Chair, there are so many things which are ongoing there, because also
No. Let's go to specific. You know, if you spend 24 million on a rice milling plant, and then machines are installed and doors are not there, you don't need to set up a committee. You don't need a committee.
No. Chair, actually the door was fixed, but there are some also other components which are supposed to be done, and the executive member for public works knows exactly what it is.
So is it complete or it's work in progress?
It is not yet complete, but the doors were fixed. But there are some other things, maybe public.
Can you very quickly, this meeting was supposed to end at 2, it's past 2. Can you very quickly give us the status so that we decide whether we direct the Auditor General to look at it in the current year?
Maybe before he gives us the status, OAG, are the doors fixed? Have you seen these doors?
Chair, since these projects, at the time of the audit, they were not complete as indicated, and now management has indicated that there are changes. Since our teams are already in Taita Taveta, they will verify and confirm.
Bwana Obara, you queried a door. We want just to find out, let us begin from the basic as chairs. Has the door been fixed as OAG, or you are not aware?
Yeah, again, like I've just said, seeing a door requires physical verification.
So you haven't visited?
Yes.
Okay, and then Chair.
Yeah, I think the OAG had clarified earlier that they, first of all, they would have wanted to follow this up, but it was important for us to get an interim status.
Okay.
Who wants to explain this?
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. The door has actually been fixed, but the project is not yet completed, so it is still ongoing at the final stages.
So, Auditor General, as you had agreed, this is a matter that you can keep in view and report substantively in 2024-2025. Secondly was the installation of a pump and a tank at Langata Borehole. The project is abandoned, not connected to electricity, and borehole water is not accessible to the intended users. And I have heard stories that you are asking people to pay for electricity. What is the status of this? Langata Borehole. Pump and the tank at Langata Borehole.
Thank you, Chair. The pump was installed, electricity was connected, and at the moment, Langata people are drinking water. Thank you, Chair.
It's complete?
Yes, Chair.
Now, again, the auditor didn't visit, so it might not be. So keep it in view again, OAG, do your physical verification. We go to Senator Maru.
Yeah, what the auditor would need the auditor to confirm is if that water has been supplied to the residents. Because what I heard, there are people who are complaining that they are being asked to pay money so that the water can be connected to their houses. So let us know if auditor, that water has reached the last mile where it's supposed to be used.
OAG, you'll be able to give us that assurance when you do your site visit?
Yes, Chair, we undertake to do that.
Okay. We come to Moi Stadium, playing ground in Voi. Construction of retaining wall, security rooms, gates, and 2 stalls at Moi Stadium in Voi. Governor, is this project complete?
It's incomplete, but our executive member can explain us the details of the same.
Is a gate
for public works?
Where is the member? Very specific. Is the gate done? The gate was not done at the time of audit.
It is not yet done.
The retaining wall was partially done. Is it complete?
Not yet complete.
The stalls, ticket booths, and security rooms were not complete.
They're still in the same state.
So why on earth did you pay retention when all these things are incomplete?
Chair and honorable members, the project was being handled in phases, and the retention was in relation to the first phase that had been completed, but then after completion the project was not allocated additional budget.
What was that first phase?
The first phase was the substructure works and civil works.
At what point is retention paid? Is it on certificate by certificate basis, or it is upon completion and confirmation that there are no defects and liabilities?
It is upon completion and confirmation that there are no liabilities, and that phase of the project that had been completed, it stayed for more than a year, which was more than the 6 months defect liability period allowed in the contract. So the contractor was paid for that phase that had shown no defects.
Auditor General, was that explanation provided to you?
Chair, that explanation was not provided at the time, but if that is the status, then as we confirm progress, we will indeed ask for contract document for that phase 1 and go through it and establish whether the payment was proper.
So the 10.1 million was with respect to contract number 766723 2019-2020.
Yes.
And that contract was to do these things that are incomplete.
No, Chair.
So you are saying the contract number plus the description of work to be done are not tying.
They're not tying, yes.
Did you raise that with the Auditor General?
Yes, we did.
And how come this report was not modified? Because what I'm getting is that 10 million was paid for things that are not complete, but retention has been released.
Maybe the Auditor General can state why maybe they're not yet convinced.
No. It is not for the Auditor General. It is for you to demonstrate. And you ought to demonstrate through documentation. It's just that we are in a rush to conclude. But I would ask you to take us to your annexures and show us where that contract is, where the terms are, to confirm that the 1 million paid as retention was done lawfully.
And maybe just to ride on your question, Chair, what was the 10 million for? What was it meant to do? Was it meant to do the gate, the retailing wall, the stalls, and are they complete? Or we are talking about 10 million that has been paid for works not done, which would be a pointer to possible loss of money.
Let me just confirm with the appendix 11.
Members, if the auditor has not verified whatever the county is offering, then we'll just be engaged in exchanges that will not be useful. Our position remains. We agree with the Auditor General that retention ought not to have been paid. It is a responsibility of the county government to dispute that. And Auditor, we can keep this in view and then scrutinize the contract, that phase 1 that is referring to, and give us that assurance. If you maintain your position, then we will recommend criminal action against the officers involved, because this would be outrightly illegal. Okay?
Noted, Chair.
Honorable members, we have...
Just maybe the last two, Chair, they are very brief because it's an issue of connecting electricity and residents drinking water. Ngelenyi and Kwa Hebron, the last two.
Ngelenyi water project? Stalled, not connected to electricity. So the borehole water not accessible to the intended users.
Thank you, Chair. That project was done, and it is right now being, at that moment, there was no funding for electricity connection, but we've now set aside funds to connect electricity to the Ngelenyi water project.
In which financial year?
24-25.
Supplementary budget?
Under the FLOCA program, yeah, 24-25. This financial year, yeah.
But I thought FLOCA allows you even to solarize. Why are we talking of electricity and grid and its inefficiencies and not solar for boreholes?
Yeah, we want also to solarize, but Ngelenyi is in the highlands where there's a lot of cloud cover, and solarization is becoming a problem there in the highlands.
Solar works, one of the most densely covered countries when it comes to solar is in the Scandinavian world, with worse climatic conditions than what you have. I think, Governor, a number of these things, you are saying that there is no electricity connection to a borehole, go for solar. Because it would be, pulling, I think it was Samburu, or there's a county we dealt with, Nyandarua, where the county is paying for installation of transformers. Because they've done a project somewhere in the hinterland, there is no electricity, so they have to pay for a transformer. And with KPLC, if you want a 3-phase set up in your premise, how much is it? Isn't it above $1 million? It's almost 1.5.
3 million, Chair.
It's actually 3 million. So if you went for solar as an alternative, I think you get better value for money at half the price. Yeah. Kwa Hebron Water Project?
Thank you, Chair. For Hebron Water Project, there was some vandalism in the pipelines that was repaired, and now the residents are getting water. Thank you, Chair.
So, honorable members, I wanted to propose that we have not dealt with every single audit query in this report, but we had already agreed and discussed with the OAG that whatever remains outstanding will be carried as prior year matters in the 2024-2025 audit report. But there are few areas where we have directed the county to provide documentation. You will advise us on whether that documentation has been provided to enable us make appropriate recommendations. On the receipt of revenue, we had also discussed with the OAG that we need to have a section that queries the systems environment, because the ROR report has not told us whether you have automated your systems, and we are not going to take your oral, we are not going to take stories. We want to have a proper report from the OAG on the state of systems, the effectiveness, and whether your streams are all automated, and whether you are optimizing technology in collection of on-source revenue. So unless I think the other thing that we had marked for discussion, but we'll defer to the next audit cycle, is the issue of land ownership documents. I remember there was a time when we had a lengthy conversation about some land where the Catholic Church also had an interest. I think it is a matter that went to court. So the issue of land adjudication, land ownership documents and titling, I think is still a problem in Taita Taveta County as a whole. So there's an audit observation there. We'll allow the Auditor General to update us whether the matter has been not really closed, but whether progress has been made, because it's something that requires progressive implementation. Any other business, honorable members? Do we allow the governor to make his closing remarks? Probably, first of all, just to ask from the Auditor General, is a county cooperative? Does the governor show up for your entry and exit meetings?
Chairman, thank you very much. I think Taita Taveta is one of the counties where we have the highest attendance from CECs and CEOs and top management. But we are humbly requesting the governor to be in attendance during entries and exits, and also to engage us when we are coming to Senate. Thank you.
Governor, it's important because you are the one who takes the oath. You are the one who is on the firing line when you come here. So it's important to be familiar with the contents of their report and their processes. It will help you prepare better for this engagement.
Obliged, Chair. Obliged, and I'll be availing myself. And Chair, okay, as per this report, they have seen, actually most of the issues I've seen is on documentation. We'll try all our best to be dealing with the relevant officers who do not avail of reports to, or rather say documents to the auditors accordingly.
Yeah, and Governor, when we say administrative action should be taken, firing is the nuclear option. It's the last option. Administrative action means you can do a reprimand, or you can do training, or you can do a transfer, and then at the extreme you can do a demotion, and the most extreme you can do an exit, but it must be in line with the law. Remember that Senate cannot direct that you fire an employee. Firing is County Public Service Board, County Governments Act, all those procedures must be complied with. So in terms of administrative action, I think there are a lot of areas where you need capacity development, training of your officers, because the numbers that have been queried here, some of them are very small amounts. You saw like that thing of breakdown services, 300,000. We should not have spent the time that we spent on it. So I think focus more on building capacity, But if it becomes impossible, then you can go to the other sanctions like transfers, demotions, and exits. Is there anything else you want to say in closing?
Last debate, which never ended on this affirmative action, I'm just requesting that senators kindly try to see for these counties who are actually getting 6 billion and below. Because some counties like Taita Taveta, you know, when we started the train, we believe that counties which never got any development after independence, they get development.
Just to inform you, the debate ended, we voted, and the affirmative fund will be there. That business
I really
was
thank
concluded.
Senate. I really thank you. And also the idea which you had about the 465 million to the counties. I really thank Senate for the good job which you did. I personally, I was watching TV throughout and I was really pleased, even the debate, the way it went on. But you can go further for counties like Taita Taveta. You know what is what's happening right now in Taita Taveta? Because no industry was done before 19. Water, it's a water surplus account, but all the water goes to other accounts. We don't have enough water. And the money we are receiving is too little. I'm just requesting also to consider counties like us, because over 70% of the wildlife human conflict is in Taita Taveta. When we talk about this 2% is over there, what is remaining to us in Taita Taveta now? We're just seeing people coming, you know, getting married to a very beautiful girls, and then the short ones, we leave them to us. So we are requesting if you can do something.
Who said short girls are not beautiful?
Those who are quarrelsome. I'm just saying, because
that must be struck out of the
point of order.
Point of order.
No, Senator Dulo, you are tall, so you are not being referred to.
No, you can
okay, I apologize. On record, I've withdrawn and apologize.
Okay.
Kiswahili, maybe when he uses Kiswahili, the point would be home.
Now, Governor, can you conclude safely?
I thank Senate for supporting devolution. For sure, you are doing good job. Our Senator, thank you. You have shown good maturity. But I'm not campaigning for you. But there's big maturity you have shown in this. In fact, sometimes if you have anything, just come to me, advise me. Me, I'm a listener. And we'll always do. And I'll go back to you and tell you we have implemented this, we have not implemented this because of this and that and that. But I really thank for the points which you have been giving in here. Some of them are very educative, because I believe education is a continuous process and nobody has a monopoly of ideas. Thank you very much.
I've been around for long. I rarely get governors speak so well of their senators. But Senator Mwadime, be very careful when your governor praises you. They might think you are lying in the same bed for slaughter. Senator Sifuna.
Chair, in fact, for the duration of time that I've been on this committee, I've never had any governor thanking the Senate. I am at a loss, you know. I might have to discuss a tall Taita girl for me.
But my former chair, when you do good job, everybody has to give you good
so
things.
I'm commending you, Governor, because honestly speaking, sometimes we feel very frustrated as a Senate that the Council of Governors does not put in commensurate effort when it comes to support for devolution, and we feel like maybe we are crying more than the bereaved. Governor, I wanted to know, there was this pronouncement by the head of state that you will be getting revenue from the park. Is it happening? I might have missed it, Chair, when we were out.
Yeah, we had discussed it, but just respond to it very briefly. Don't go into the...
We have not yet started receiving, but they gave us, they actually gave a presidential directive, sometimes early last year, but the relevant departments up to this very moment, they have not implemented. I've been trying to follow it up.
To summarize what the governor said earlier, imetengwa na imepangwa.
I know just how you mean, Chair. I have no further questions, but to wish the governor all the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, do we donate our time to Senator Mwaruma?
Yes.
Please.
Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity to engage the county government of Taita Taveta. And I just want to dwell on the issue of basis for revenue sharing and thank our partners in the Senate who are agreeable to us to take money from Nandi and bring it to Taita Taveta, from Nairobi, from Homa Bay, take it to Taita Taveta, take it to Nyamira. The 3 billion affirmative action fund was very important to us because then we got 405 million over and above what we're going to get from the revenue sharing formula. We wanted to ring fence that money. That 405 million for development expenditure. Don't take it to recurrent expenditure. I think that's the only thing I should say, Mr. Chair.
No, I think that's an extremely important point because Senator Okongo Mogeni, when you convinced us to support the G11, now the G12, it was clear that that money is not going for payment of salaries. And what we saw with Nyandarua, and the governor of Nyandarua confirmed to us, he was the 12th beneficiary, initially there were 11, that they have had a conversation with their senator, and they are trying to agree and define on some projects that can be legacy projects. And I think the two of you could find a framework for that kind of conversation, so that if there's an additional 400, I wouldn't want to hear your senator crying that that money went towards salaries or the money went towards these fuels and oils that we are seeing here. So please do something that can make us proud as a Senate.
Be assured, Senator, because I was also part and parcel. We met even with the Senator Umgeni very late at night on the same. So we'll ensure that.
Yeah, now your extension of, I think we should stick to the other closing remarks. Because
but our Senator,
be very little.
But I'm assuring our Senator.
Is he going to disclose what they discussed?
No. That one, it was just.
This meeting is adjourned.